A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane Ace learned it was Marge whom Arthur Lorenz, the movie director, wanted to play in his motion picture, not Jane. Broken-heartedly, Jane accused Marge, her best friend, of the well-known double cross. And so did Neil Williams, Marge's boyfriend, who learned that Marge had dined out with Mr. Lorenz. Neil wouldn't listen to Marge's explanation and walked out in a huff. This episode takes place a couple of nights later in the Ace's bungalow, where we find Jane with Mr. Ace alone. Listen.
Can't sit here like this night after night moping. This place is getting to be like a morgue. You and Marge not speaking, and all she says to me is good morning or good evening, and she doesn't come home to eat anymore. You're going to have to snap out of this.
My best friend to stab me in the back when I wasn't looking. That's the part I can't get over.
Well, how long is it going to take you?
I don't know. I'm just black and blue about the whole thing.
About Marge or about not getting the part in the picture?
About Marge, mostly. I don't care about the picture.
Much?
Well, I don't. I know this sounds like sour cream, but I don't think that picture was going to be any good anyhow.
Oh, you don't?
It's so silly. The girl loves the boy, and the boy didn't love the girl. It's the same thing you see in all pictures. Anybody could make up a better movie than that.
Well, why don't you get your mind off of moping around about Marge here and go into writing scenarios? Anything to get you out of this frame of mind.
I did.
What?
I thought up a movie last night when I couldn't fall asleep thinking about Marge.
Oh, you thought up a plot?
Yes, about a very rich millionaire, about 40 years old. He's got everything in the world, a beautiful home, cars, servants, everything. And then there's this beautiful girl who's very poor. She hasn't anything. She's even got a hole in her shoe, much less a servant.
Oh, yes, I know that plot. But the very rich man is unhappy in spite of all the riches, and the girl enjoys life to the fullest. Is that it?
No, that's the way all the movies are, but it's wrong. The rich man is always happy. Why shouldn't he be? And the poor girl is unhappy. That's the way it really is.
Oh, that's a new angle. So what happened?
When?
In the story you wrote or thought up, what happened?
Oh, well, that's as far as I got. I fell asleep.
Oh, you fell asleep. You certainly must have been terribly worried about Marge. I noticed you slept like a top.
Yes, didn't I? I kept turning round and round. My best friend, to think that she would stab me in the back.
Oh, stop it, Jane.
It's behind me how she could do it to me after all these years. If she wanted the part so bad, why didn't she come to me and she could say, Jane, I want the part? And I'd say, you do? And she'd say, yes, I do. And I'd say, well, Marge, if you want it so bad.
Can I say something?
Don't interrupt us, dear. And I'd say, well, Marge, if you want it so bad, I won't try out for the contest. And she'd say, well, thanks, Jane. You are a real friend. And I'd say, you're welcome, Marge.
You two girls finished?
But what did she do?
She stabbed you in the back when you weren't looking, I know.
Yeah. That's the part I can't get over. Just think, we were brought up together. We went to school together. We were playthings together, and she
All right, now, don't break yourself up again. It'll all be straightened out.
Oh, no, it can't, dear.
Well, what do you mean? You're not going to go on being mad at each other for the rest of your lives, are you?
Well, you see how we are now. We don't talk. We just...
Yes, it is strange to see you two passing each other in the house here like ships in the night.
Well, she's got a ship on her shoulder, too. I'm not the only one.
Yes, you've both got ships on your shoulders. But what's the argument about anyhow? The contest hasn't been decided. How do you know you haven't got the part? How do you know Marge has? She hasn't even tried out for it, has she?
I don't know if she has or not. You heard what Neil told us the other night. Mr. Lorenz wanted her...
But she didn't care about going into the movies. That's what I gathered out of the whole mess.
Yeah, but why didn't she tell me that Mr. Lorenz wanted her for the part? And I don't blame Neil for being mad at her, going out with Mr. Lorenz.
Well, she's not engaged to Neil or anything like that.
Well, she's not engaged to me either, and look what she did to me.
What?
What? To stab me in the back when I was...
Oh, yes, that. I forgot.
Forgot about it? Dear, there are certain things that I could never forget, and this is it. Not if I live to be as old as McCushla. To think my best friend would...
All right, Jane, you can take your mind off of that by answering the phone.
Well, I'll answer it, but I can't forget it, dear, never. Hello? Yes, who is this? Oh, hello, Neil.
Oh, Neil.
Just fine. How are you? That's good. What? Oh, nothing. Just sitting here talking about things. Who? Oh, just a minute, Neil. Dear, you talk to him.
Does he want to talk to me? What about?
No, he wants to talk to Marge.
Oh, she's not here. Tell him she's not here.
I can't. You know we're not speaking.
But you're speaking to Neil.
Yes, but it's about Marge, and I'm not going to talk.
Oh, all right. Give it to me if you want. Hello, Neil. Oh, pretty good. What's new with you? Well, she's not here. But wait a minute. I thought you and she were, well, you know. Oh, you realize what a chump. Well, she's not here. No, honestly, she's not. Yeah, she went to work today. Well, I can't understand that. What time did you call her there? Maybe she was out to lunch or, 8 times. Well, I gather from that she's the one that's sore now. I've kind of lost track of who's mad at who around here. I don't know how I get into these mix-ups. I've got my hands full here now at home. No, it's no bother. No, I didn't mean that. Hello? Now we're going to have to take up a new mad census. I think I'm on the list now, and I wasn't even playing.
Well, what happened?
I think Neil's mad at me now.
Neil's mad at you and me and Marge. Oh, that's life, I guess.
It's not usually my life.
Well, dear, we still have each other, especially me.
Especially you.
Yes, I got you.
Oh, thanks, gang.
You're welcome, dear. Did he want to make up with Marge?
That's what I gathered. He says he realized he was a chump to say those things to Marge here the other night, and he tried to get hold of her at the office, and she was never in. I guess she won't answer the phone when it's Neil. From the way things look to me now, Marge is the one that's putting on the righteous indignation act.
Beg pardon?
Maybe we were a little hasty in judging her. Suppose she did go out to dinner with Lorenz. What of it? She turned down his offer to put her in a movie. She didn't beat you out of the part.
I don't care about being in pictures, dear. That's not the part that hurts me. To think my best friend.
Your best friend what? What did she do?
What did she do?
Yes, not counting pulling a knife on you.
She knew how much I wanted to get in the pictures.
I thought you didn't.
I don't now, but I did then. After all the trouble I went through, learning the part, and even thinking up a movie name for myself. I'll never be able to use that now.
The name?
Uh-huh.
You mean Jane?
Yes, Jane. That was cute, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'll never use it now.
No, I guess not. Simone is safe now.
And all the time I was learning my part and thinking up my name, she was going out to dinner with him.
Simone?
No, Marge.
Marge?
Oh, I mean Marge. Don't mix me up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jane.
Why didn't she tell me she was going out to dinner with Mr. Lorenz?
No, she didn't tell you she wasn't.
Ignorance is no excuse.
Whatever that means.
Whatever that means, you know what it means, and she does too. I wouldn't be surprised if she was having dinner with him right now.
Oh, no, I doubt that.
Well, I don't. I guess that's all you have to do is to go out and have dinner with Mr. Lorenz, and you get into pictures. Well, if some girls want to have dinner with Mr. Lorenz, it's all right with me.
Oh, maybe this is Marge now.
Well, I won't let her in. You go, dear.
I'll go, but she doesn't seem to be any too anxious to talk to me either. I'm getting a little fed up with all this mad business. Oh, Mr. Lorenz.
Well, I'm sorry if I intrude, Mr. A.
Not at all. Come in.
Thank you. You're sure I don't intrude?
Sure. We're not doing anything. Just sitting around here talking, Mrs. Ace and myself.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. A.
Good evening.
I just dropped in
Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Oh, thank you. I only dropped in for a few minutes. I had just finished my dinner.
Oh, did you have dinner alone?
Yes, quite alone.
Well, that's certainly unusual,
Kind of late for dinner, isn't it, Mr. Lorenz?
Yes, I have been working late these past 2 nights, trying to make something of those camera tests we took.
Oh, you're still trying to pick the winner, huh?
Yes, but I'm afraid it is all quite hopeless.
Hopeless? You mean to say there's not a movie star in our entire town?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Ace. No disrespect meant toward you, madame.
What?
I say I have seen your test, too, and while it is quite all right, still it is not for this picture.
How does she look?
Quite well, quite well.
Well, Jane, he said you look all right in those tests that they took of you the other day.
I do? Then you mean I'm
There is only one girl who can play the part.
Well, Mr. Lorenz, this is so...
Is she home now?
What?
Oh, you mean Marge?
Marge,
Oh, well,
again?
she hasn't been coming home for dinner lately. She gets in late, and we don't see much of her.
Perhaps I could wait.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know how long you'd have to wait.
My best friend, to think that she would
She
be...
is your best friend. Perhaps you can help me out then, Mrs. Ace. Perhaps you can convince her that I want her for this picture. She will listen to you, perhaps.
Well, I'm afraid she won't, Mr. Lorenz. You see, well, there's been a sort of a mix-up here since this movie contest came to town.
A mix-up?
Well, it is a little mixed up now, but we hope to have it straightened out before long. As matters stand now, I'm afraid Jane couldn't talk to Marge in your behalf because, well, they've had a sort of falling out over this thing.
Falling out?
Yes, Jane got the idea that you meant her for the part, and then she found out you meant Marge. Well, you know how girls are.
Oh, I see. I'm very sorry, Mrs. Ace.
Oh, that's all right. I don't really care to go into pictures anyhow.
That is as it should be.
Of course, some girls are just crazy about it, and they go to dinner,
Mr.
you know.
Lorenz, why don't you try getting Marge at her office during the day?
I have tried all day. After looking those tests over, I tried and tried again, but she is not there. Is she well?
Oh, yes, she's well, all right. She was there.
She was?
I think she's a little upset herself about, well, her boyfriend, you know.
Oh, yes, Mr. Williams. He is quite young and so impetuous.
Oh, he's a very fine fellow.
Of course, but he is not for her.
Oh, no, I don't know.
She has such charm. She has such warmth. She has such
an appetite.
What?
Oh, don't pay
I
any...
said she has such an appetite.
I do not understand.
You see, she's just a little...
Well, what do you mean, Mrs. Ace? She has such an appetite.
Oh, we know all about it, Mr. Lorenz.
About what? I do not understand.
Oh, I suppose you didn't take her to dinner.
Oh, yes,
Sure, he took her to dinner. So what, Jane?
Oh, some girls want to get into pictures that way.
Oh, I'm afraid you have misunderstood, Mrs. Ace.
About going to dinner with you? Oh, no, we know all about it.
Well, is that so terrible? Is it so terrible if I try to convince her over a dinner that she has a place in pictures? It is quite the custom in Hollywood to have dinner with Lorenz.
Sure, we understand. It takes politics to get in the pictures, Jane.
Politics?
Yes.
Well, how does Mr. Lorenz know if I voted for Rosa?
We can understand Mr. Lorenz's confusion. But he seeks Marge out tomorrow, and we learn some rather interesting developments concerning Marge's feuds when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. And Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, the season for colds is just about over. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, managed to have one that hung on all last week.
The cold didn't bother me as much as the fact that it put me a full week behind in the pursuit of my favorite extracurricular activity, a biology teacher named Philip Boynton. For while I was steaming myself with an inhalator, Mr. Boynton was being steamed by another female English teacher, one Daisy Enright. And as far as I'm concerned, one Daisy Enright is one too many. But by last Friday morning, the cold at least was licked. And as I sat down to breakfast with my landlady, she complimented me on my appearance.
You look fine, Connie, the picture of health. You really have the bloom of youth in your cheeks.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Davis. I feel a lot better. But these rosy cheeks aren't all the bloom of youth. There's just too much starch in the face towels.
Sorry, dear. I'll limpen them out a bit.
Yes, they could use a little limpening.
Now go ahead and drink your juice, dear. We can talk later.
What kind of juice is this, Mrs. Davis?
It's a combination. I take the juice of an orange, some lemons, and a grapefruit, and then I whip them all together.
But this color, why is it so red?
I guess maybe I whipped them too hard. No, I know what it is. This morning I added some tomato juice.
Tomato juice?
I figured I might as well use it up. There wasn't enough to pour on my farina anyway. It's very healthy, Connie. Now go ahead. Get it down.
That isn't the big trick. Which reminds me, have you planned dinner for tonight?
Not yet, Connie.
Good. I wonder if you'd do me a big favor.
I'd like to, Connie, but I'm rather short this week myself, and
It isn't money this time. I just thought it'd be nice if you went over to your sister Angela's house for dinner. You see, Mr. Boynton has invited me to a barbecue.
He has? Where, Connie?
Here in our backyard. He knows we've got a portable barbecue wagon, but in return for the use of our grounds and equipment, he's consented to let me furnish the food also.
How very generous of him. But I suppose you want me to visit my sister so that you can be alone with Mr. Boynton.
You've guessed my secret, Mrs. Davis. I haven't had one date with him all week long. And he's seen Miss Enright 3 times.
Well, she's nothing to worry about, Connie. My goodness, no normal man would look at her cross-eyed.
And believe me, that's the best way to look at her. But you know, Mrs. Davis, she's insidious. She has a way of clinging to a man like a piece of lint.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Boynton will brush her off when he's spent the evening alone with you, Connie. I'll call Angela on the phone and tell her I'm coming over tonight.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Davis. I knew you'd come through for me.
By the way, how did you make this date with Mr. Boynton?
Last night. He called just after midnight.
Oh, isn't that rather late for him?
Oh, he apologized for calling at such an hour, but he had taken Miss Enright to a movie, and after he took her home, he felt awfully restless. Just couldn't sleep, he said.
What movie did they see?
Vaughn Monroe in Singing Guns. Mr. Boynton said the picture was fine, but every time he dozed off, the guns stopped singing and Vaughn Monroe started.
Well, let's hope tonight is the start of a new Mr. Boynton. Romantically speaking, that is.
Mm-hmm.
With the two of you alone in the backyard, sitting under the moon. Who knows what primitive instincts may stir in him?
Perhaps you're right. I remember last year about this time we were sitting in the yard and the moon was very full.
Yes, Connie.
The stars were out, too, millions of them. And as a soft breeze rippled through my hair, Mr. Boynton turned and looked right into my face.
And what did he say, Connie?
He said, "Isn't this a keen night for trapping gophers?"
Here's some mail you forgot to bring from home, Daddy. I thought you might want to read it before school starts.
Thank you, Harriet. Just put it on my desk, right behind the little neon sign that says Osgood Conklin, Principal.
Okay. Oh, Daddy, before I forget, how about inviting Miss Brooks over for dinner tonight?
What? Me invite Miss Brooks to our home for dinner?
Yes, Daddy, I think it would be sweet. After all, she hasn't been too well during the past week, and you've been rather severe with her.
I've been severe with her. Do you realize that in the past week she has twice dropped a typewriter on my left foot, broken my glasses, and spilled ink all over my newest tie?
But those were all accidents, Daddy. By inviting her over, it would show that you forgave her. Besides, Mother says we owe Miss Brooks a dinner since last Thanksgiving.
That's nothing to be thankful for.
Mother's making codfish balls tonight, and I thought...
Codfish balls? Again?
Yes, Daddy. I've asked Walter Denton to come, but Mother always makes plenty
Just a minute, Harriet. You say we owe Miss Brooks a dinner?
That's right.
Well, this might be the perfect night to get it over with. Between the codfish balls and that lame-brained dunce Walter Denton, it's a wasted night anyhow. Yes, Harriet, I'll invite your Miss Brooks to dinner.
Thanks, Daddy. But I wish you didn't feel that way.
Don't mention his name again. Now, tell me, has Miss Brooks arrived at school yet?
That's a timely question, Daddy. She's just coming up the walk. I can see her through your window.
Good. Now, you run along, child. I'll attend to everything.
All right, Daddy. See you during lunch period.
Codfish balls. Now, let's see. I'll have to meet Miss Brooks in the corridor accidentally. Don't want her to think I'm running after her. She should be coming in the front door about now. That's approximately 8 paces to my door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, now.
Good morning, Miss Brooks.
Oh, Mr. Conklin, forgive me for screaming. I thought you were leaping at my throat.
What an odd notion. Yes, well, let's not dwell on it. Will you step into my office for a moment, please?
Yes, sir.
Now, sit down, Miss Brooks. As you know, I'm not much given to fraternization with faculty members. However, my daughter Harriet and my dear wife have put the heat on me to see... they've suggested... that I invite you over for dinner tonight.
Oh, how charming, but I'm afraid I couldn't make it tonight, Mr. Conklin.
We're having codfish balls.
That isn't my reason for refusing. But I've planned a barbecue for tonight. This May weather is so lovely.
A barbecue. What are you going to barbecue?
Miss Enright. I mean... spare ribs, probably.
Barbecued spare ribs.
With plenty of savory hot sauce.
And potato salad.
And those wonderful juicy frankfurters.
Smeared with mustard.
And sweet corn.
Dripping with butter and salt.
And homemade biscuits.
Loaded with honey. And a tossed green salad.
Yes, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Conklin.
Where are you going?
To the infirmary. I've made a pig of myself. It was very nice of you to ask me over, Mr. Conklin, but if it's all the same to you, may I have a rain check?
Indeed you may, Miss Brooks. I shall invite you to my outdoor barbecue the very next time it rains.
Excuse me, Mr. Boynton, but I'd like to talk to you for a moment before your first class.
Oh, come in, Miss Brooks. I was just grooming one of my guinea pigs. Had to cut his nails and comb his hair.
Why don't you just let his nails grow? Then he could comb his own hair. I just stopped in to confirm our date for tonight. The backyard is all ours.
Tonight? Don't you mean tomorrow night, Miss Brooks?
Well, no. When you spoke to me on the phone last night, you said tomorrow night, which means tonight.
Oh, but I've got a tentative appointment with Miss Enright for tonight. You see, it was after midnight when I called you last night, and I was thinking of it as being today. So when I said tomorrow night, I meant tomorrow night from today, not tonight.
Put a zither behind that, and you could open at Grauman's Chinese. Look, Mr. Boynton, just between you and me and Miss Enright, don't you think you've been seeing enough of the lamppost lately? I mean, you know what I mean.
Well, if you mean I've been seeing Miss Enright too much, it hasn't been my idea at all. It started when you and I had a date last Tuesday night. Miss Enright came to me Monday and told me I might as well forget about it. She said she had an idea you were going to catch a cold.
She had an idea I was going to catch a cold?
Well, she mentioned something about transferring a student to your class who had a very bad cold.
How do you like that germ warfare? Well, you'll just have to postpone, Miss Enright, I'm afraid. I've made all arrangements to hold our barbecue tonight.
Well, it isn't the gentlemanly thing to do, but if you insist, I'll put her off.
I insist. Shove her off. What time can I expect you, Mr. Boynton?
Well, it doesn't do to start too early. That is to say, it's more fun when it's dark out.
Now you're talking.
The fire looks so much prettier at night. I love cooking out of doors. I used to be a Boy Scout, you know.
What do you mean used to be?
You're right at that. I'm still a scoutmaster. But as I was saying, once I get my fire started...
That'll be the day. I'm sorry, Mr. Boynton. Please continue.
Well, I cook my ribs first, then I cook my frankfurters, and after eating, I just like to sit around in the moonlight with something in my arms I really care for.
Oh, you're cooking with more than charcoal. But what, may I ask, is there something in your arms that you really care for?
Why, my ukulele, of course.
Of course. The better to slug the gophers with, my dear.
Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Now, tests published in authoritative dental literature show that when teeth are brushed right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. 2 years' research at 5 leading universities, hundreds of case histories, shows that when used as directed, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. Yes, exhaustive tests show the Colgate way best to prevent decay. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene known today. Based on both clinical and X-ray examinations, the Colgate way stopped more decay for more people than ever before reported in all dentifrice history. Even more important, there were no new cavities whatever for more than 1 out of 3 who used Colgate Dental Cream as directed. Think of it, not even one new cavity in 2 full years. No other dentifrice, paste or powder, ammoniated or not, no other dentifrice has proof of such results. The best results ever reported for a dentifrice of any type. So always use Colgate to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And remember, when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Well, when lunch period arrived, Mr. Boynton had to stay in his lab and groom some more guinea pigs. So I headed for the school cafeteria by myself. It was pretty crowded when I got there, but fortunately Walter Denton had saved a place for me at a corner table. I set my tray on it and sat down. There we are. Very nice of you to keep this place for me, Walter.
Glad to have incurred your pleasure, old faculty. I count the day well spent, during which, by some slight act of thoughtfulness...
Thanks very much.
Yes, in fact, my cup of joy is running over...
Walter, quick, get a napkin.
Oh, what happened?
Your cup of joy was joined by my cup of soup. Luckily, I got out of the way in time.
Oh, here, I'll mop up the table. Oh, sorry, Miss Brooks. I guess the spring weather's making me more poetic than usual. And besides, my romantic affairs have taken a rather surprising turn.
Good for you, Walter. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to eat what's left of this soup.
Well, go right ahead, Miss Brooks. But while you do, I've got a problem to thrash out. I simply cannot understand Mr. Conklin.
Give that boy a brand new Hudson.
He's an enigma, Miss Brooks. You take the night before last, for instance. I was sitting on the porch of his house with his daughter Harriet. About 10 o'clock, he came out for a smoke and caught me holding her hand.
What did he do?
Well, all I can say is I wish I'd been holding his foot instead of her hand. Yeah, he almost kicked me down the porch steps.
Almost?
Fortunately, I dove over the side. But today, Harriet invited me over for dinner.
Well, that's no problem. Take your diving helmet and go.
You know, I never could understand Mr. Conklin's antipathy towards me, but today he didn't seem so bad. In fact, when I met him in the hall and told him I was having dinner at his home, he was practically civil to me. And I... Oh, but here I am babbling about me, and I haven't even asked about your recent ailment. Are you all over your cold?
Yes, Walter, I am.
Oh, good. Colds can lead into dangerous things.
Oh, I know. Laryngitis, bronchial trouble, Miss Enright.
Oh, no, I get it. While you were sick, she had a couple of dates with Mr. Boynton, huh?
She had 3, but who counts? Don't get me wrong, Miss Enright's a very fine English teacher, and as a fellow faculty member, she's entitled to go out with whomever she pleases. It's none of my business.
Until she goes from English to biology.
Now, Walter.
No, I don't blame you for getting annoyed, Miss Brooks. Miss Enright's pretty corny when the way she flirts.
Well, now that you mentioned it, I can only say she's about as square as they come. The device she employed yesterday proves that.
What device?
When she saw Mr. Boynton leaving school, she dropped her handkerchief.
No kidding. But why should that get you so sore, Miss Brooks?
It landed right on top of mine. My thing. Let's finish lunch, Walter.
And if it wasn't for Mr. Boynton, I guess you and Miss Enright would get along a lot better. She really likes you a lot. I can tell by the way she talks about you. Why, only this morning she said something very complimentary about your hair.
Miss Enright did?
Yes, ma'am. She said you've got the loveliest blonde hair she ever saw on a brunette.
Oh, she did?
Yeah. And then she said her hair was absolutely natural.
That's very true, Walter. It's one of the most natural wigs I've ever seen. I'm sorry if I sound bitter, but I guess I'll snap out of it after tonight.
Oh, you got a date with Mr. Boynton?
Yes, Walter. We're having a barbecue in my backyard. You know, spare ribs and romance, moonlight and mustard.
Oh, it sounds dynamic. Uh-oh. Look who's headed this way.
Oh, the cafeteria certainly is packed today. Oh, hello, Walter.
Hi, Miss Enright.
Do you mind if I sit here with you and your mother?
His mother?
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. Forgive me for taking you for Walter's mother, darling. My eyes must be playing tricks on me.
I guess it's still too light out for you. Pull up a sturdy chair and sit down, Miss Enright.
Thanks. You're a dear.
You're an antelope, but sit down and...
Oh, dear, I forgot to bring my coffee along. Would you go get me a cup, Walter?
Okay, Miss Enright. How do you want it? Cream and sugar?
No, just sugar, please.
Never mind that either, Walter. I've got some lumps for her right here. I took some extra cubes, Miss Enright.
Oh, how thoughtful. But then you always were considerate of others. Take this past week, for example. You didn't interfere at all while Mr. Boynton was dating me.
Nobody knows better than you do, Miss Enright, that I was home every night with a cold.
Well, that shouldn't depress you, dear. At least it proves there's something you can catch. Of course, I felt a bit guilty about taking advantage of your indisposition, but after all, you were cooped up in that stuffy little room of yours, and Mr. Boynton does love the great outdoors, and I am the outdoor type.
I'll say you are. Nobody ever invites you in. Look, Miss Enright, my cold is better now, and I think it only fair to warn you that Mr. Boynton and I are going to take up our relationship exactly where we left it.
Oh, poor Mr. Boynton. And to think for 5 whole days he hasn't had to wear his track shoes. Tell me, dear, has he granted you an evening in the foreseeable future?
In the very foreseeable future, Miss Enright. In fact, before I leave you to your black coffee and thoughts to match, there's something I think you should know. Mr. Boynton's coming to a barbecue tonight in my backyard.
Oh, how wonderful for him. He'll need all the fresh air he can get. That is, he does seem to enjoy himself in the open spaces. Take the evenings he spends in my backyard. We dine under the stars. Then Mr. Boynton strums his ukulele, and I sit in the hammock and sing.
In the hammock? That's very unnatural.
Unnatural?
When you sing, you should be sitting on a fence.
Walter? Oh, Walter Denton.
Oh, hi, Harriet. Gosh, I thought school would never end today. Don't want me to take you home? We might as well spend the afternoon there if we're going to have dinner with your folks.
I'm afraid that's all off, Walter. There isn't anything to eat at our house.
What?
It seems Daddy went home for lunch, and Mother asked him to fix the vacuum cleaner. Well, he fixed it all right, only he did it in the kitchen.
I don't quite follow you, my sweet.
Mother had everything for dinner laid out on top of the stove, and before Daddy knew it was fixed, the vacuum sucked up all the codfish balls.
Are you sure that was an accident?
Who can tell? Daddy never was very fond of codfish. But Mother was so upset she just picked up and went over to Grandmother's for the rest of the day. We're on our own as far as dinner's concerned.
Gee, that's too bad, Harriet. Wait a minute. If I can't be your guest tonight, how would you like to be mine?
Walter, that sounds just like a proposal.
What does? Oh, how would you like to be mine? No, I meant, how would you like to be mine for dinner? You understand, my guest for dinner, I meant.
But, Walter, you can't afford to take me to a restaurant.
Oh, you're very right, lovely one. But I won't have to take you to a restaurant. I'll take you to a dandy, free, outdoor barbecue.
Where?
At Miss Brooks' place. She's having Mr. Boynton over for dinner.
But won't they want to be alone?
Well, she'll want to be alone, but you know how bashful he is. As soon as he's in the presence of a member of the opposite sex, he just dummies up. Now, we'll be doing Miss Brooks a favor to go. Oh, don't you see, Harriet? We'll save her hours of groundwork trying to warm him up.
But we haven't been invited, Walter.
What's that got to do with anything? Look, we'll only stay until we've got the ball rolling. We'll leave as soon as Mr. Boynton is nice and relaxed. And we're full of ribs and frankfurters.
Well, I've got the charcoal all laid out and burning. I set the barbecue up right under that big tree. Oh, it's a nice night for a barbecue, isn't it?
It's a nice night for anything.
You know, Miss Brooks, seeing you here so close with the shadows playing softly about your face, the moon shining on your hair as the firelight dances in your eyes, you'd be amazed at the thought that occurs to me.
No, I wouldn't. Where are the gopher traps?
Now you're teasing me, Miss Brooks. I haven't seen you all week, and I want you to know that...
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
That I brought along a quart of oil with me.
That seems like enough. Kind of oil.
It's a special brand for making the charcoal burn faster.
Well, what will they think of next? But before the oil, Mr. Boynton, you were saying?
Well, I was saying that it's nice to be alone here, just you and I.
Oh, it certainly is, Mr. Boynton. And we're really alone here. There's no way in or out of this yard except through that big wooden door in the fence.
Which wooden door?
That one. Excuse me a minute, Mr. Boynton.
No, okay. I'll go put some ribs and franks on the grill.
I can't imagine who this is.
Hi, Miss Brooks. It's me.
That's obvious. Well, what do you want, Walter? I thought you were dining with the Conklins.
We couldn't. Their vacuum cleaner sucked up the codfish balls. So I took the liberty of dropping in on you for some sustenance.
Well, here's a quarter. Sustain yourself at the drugstore.
Miss Brooks, I can't leave until my guest arrives.
Your guest?
Sure. I invited Harriet along. She's just checking with her dad. She'll be here any minute.
Oh, fine.
We just thought we'd get the party warmed up for you, Miss Brooks. You know, Mr. Boynton.
For your information, Walter, before you knocked on that door, Mr. Boynton was coming to a slow boil.
Oh, hello, Walter. Glad to see you.
Oh, same here, Mr. B. Nothing like a few friendly faces to help a tay-to-tay along, eh, what?
Oh, quiet.
Oh, that must be Harriet. I'll open it.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I'm late.
That's all right. We played games till you got here.
Come on in, Harriet. I'll go put some more ribs and stuff on the grill.
Thanks, Mr. Boynton. Gee, this backyard of yours is adorable, Miss Brooks. Just a perfect setting for outdoor dining. Daddy'll get a big boot out of it.
Yes, I'm sure that... Who will get a big
Daddy! He didn't want to horn in, but when I told him how Walter and I were just planning to enhance your evening with Mr. Boynton, he consented to come.
Your father is coming here tonight?
That sounds like Daddy now.
What can I put against that door?
I'll get it, Miss Brooks.
Good evening, Denton. Harriet.
Welcome aboard, Mr. Conklin.
Greetings, Daddy.
Nice of you to ask me over, Miss Brooks.
Did I? Come in, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, in a moment. I took the liberty of bringing somebody with me. They gave me a lift over here, as a matter of fact. She's just parking the car. Charming person.
But, Mr. Conklin, who
else but me, darling?
Miss Enright.
Miss Enright.
Well, let's not stand around the door. Let's go over by the barbecue. And dear Mr. Boynton. You, Mr. Boynton.
Why, it's Miss Enright.
Good evening, Mr. Boynton. Well, we're all here now, aren't we?
You're all here. But Mr. Boynton and I are having dinner someplace else.
Someplace else?
But where, Miss Brooks?
Where we can be alone, in the Conklin's vacuum cleaner.
Eve Arden returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Duma's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean. Free of loose dandruff. Glistening with sheen. Soft. Manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
Opportunity is an American word. To Americans, it has special meanings, like education for everyone. And the college education of 1/10 of the country's population depends on the private, accredited colleges and universities that are training the majority of the nation's Negro youth. Today, the United Negro College Fund appeals to you for help. Your gift to the United Negro College Fund is your contribution to community progress and interracial goodwill.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, Joe Quillen, and Lester White, with the music of Wilbur Hatch under the direction of Maurice Carlton. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Mary Jane Croft.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Moisturized, the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, different, moisturized Rolly 903. New blend, new taste, new freshness. It's the new, all-new, moisturized Rolly 903. Program starring Red Skelton with David Forrest and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Evening, folks. How are you? 903, Ron.
903, Red.
I sound like Kay Kaiser, too.
You sure do. Yes, you do. Say, Red, have you noticed that Bob Hope's guests recently have all been Raleigh smokers? Tonight it was Ben Hogan, the golf champ, and last Tuesday you had Doug Fairbanks, Jr., whose favorite brand is Raleigh.
Yeah, did you hear Hope say he always leaves me holding the bag?
Yeah, I heard him.
Yeah, but those are not golf balls in it, them's eggs. That's his golf score.
Well, gee, I had a lot of fun. That's yours now. You can pick it up.
Okay, swell.
Did you lose your place, or are you just going to ignore me tonight?
Say, Red, I hear you were up north. How'd you find San Francisco?
Well, I just switched on the fog lights, and there it was.
Well, Red, is all this talk about the San Francisco fog true?
No, during the time I was there, I didn't see any fog at all.
You didn't?
No, the weather wasn't clear enough.
Well, you didn't happen to stop at Alcatraz, did you?
No, our class doesn't hold its reunion until next spring.
Well, where else did you go?
Went down and had dinner at the Fisherman's Wharf. What'd you have? Huh? What'd you have? An omelet. Hey, I went fishing. I caught a little fish about an inch long, see?
What'd you do with it?
Fried it over a pilot light.
Well, say, Red, did you see Earl Wilson's column in the Daily News last Thursday?
Yeah.
He's very nice to you.
Yes, he was. It was a swell write-up. You know, Earl's been my favorite columnist.
Since when?
Since last Thursday. Hey, on the train, I read Earl Wilson's latest book, Pike's Peak or Bust. You know, I'd enjoyed the book more, but the guy next to me kept reading right along with me.
Gee, that always irritates me when some nosy guy reads over my shoulder.
That's the way the guy beside me felt, too. Hey, did you ever ride on a bus or a streetcar and have people look over your shoulder and read out of your paper? I don't mind that, but when they start cutting out clippings, Hey, you know, Pike's Peak or Bust is really is a swell book. It's funny and it's clean. It's so clean. In fact, it's the first book that Boston has read in 5 years.
What, does it give the inside dope on a lot of celebrities?
Yeah, it gives a lot of inside dope on a lot of inside dopes. No, all in all, it's really a good book, and it's written by a great newspaper man who always can see good in his fellow man, and that's Earl Wilson.
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to taste better. It's moisturized to smoke milder. Yes, this new Rolly 903 is moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process. That fresh, clean, beneficial moisture penetrates every leaf, every fiber of Rolly's choice tobaccos, brings you new mellow taste, new mildness, new freshness. It's the new, all-new Rolly 903.
And remember this about the new Rolly 903. Medical science offers proof positive. No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
Smokers, follow the example of that beautiful star, Paulette Goddard. Smoke this new Rolly 903. New blend, new freshness, new taste. You'll see the number 903 on the government stamp. This Rolly 903 is new, all new. Smoke the new, all-new Rolly 903. It's moisturized.
Anita Ellis sings Guilty. What'd you do?
Is it a sin? Is it a crime? Loving you, dear, like I do. If it's a crime, then I'm guilty. Guilty of loving you. Maybe I'm wrong, dreaming of you. Dreaming a lonely night through. If it's a crime, then I'm guilty. Guilty of dreaming of you. What can I do? What can I say after I've taken the blame? Say you're through, you'll go your way, but I'll always feel just the same. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, loving you, dear, like I do. If it's a guilty of loving you. Guilty of loving.
Poems from our Skelton scrapbook of satire will be on jealousy.
Good evening. My name is Jealousy. I am a professor in your school of thought. I teach 4 subjects: envy, resentment toward and fear of rival, insistence on exclusive ownership, skepticism of all but one's personal actions. When I have taught you how to be proficient in each subject, you will receive your diploma of unhappiness. Chapter 1, Fear of Rival.
My name's Willie Lump-Lump. There's never been a jealous bone in my head. Where in my head? My first association with jealousy came about when I was born. My mother was jealous of other mothers. They had children. I came from a pioneer family of no good. My great-great-grandfather came to America during the Revolution. He was thrown out of the country during a party in Boston when he spiked the tea. As I said before, I've never been of a jealous nature. Or I might resent what other people have, but I ain't jealous. You care to hear my sad story, Bub?
Why, sure.
Then lend me your ears. You didn't have to hand them to me, My trouble started one night at the club. It was a very classy joint. It was so exclusive, they threw the owner out 3 times. I had just finished a glass of milk. I poured it into the cuspidor. I have nothing against these Jersey highballs. As a rule, I never touch the stuff. But somebody dropped an olive in the glass and they told me it's what I usually ordered, but it was suffering with smog. Well, I threatened the head waiter. He told me, and I quote, "If you come behind this counter," he says, "I'll crown you." Well, after the coronation, I met an old friend of mine.
Howdy, Willie.
Well, as I live and breathe Sin. If it ain't my old friend Long Thompson. How you been, Lord?
Well, howdy, Willie.
Yeah.
You're looking in a pinky condition.
Yeah, and I got bloodshot eyes to match, too. What you doing in town, huh?
Oh, I've got a new car, and I thought I'd go for a drive.
You got a new car, huh? I wouldn't have one. Just so they can charge you a lot more money, they've added a lot of useless accessories like wheels and brakes. They're not like the old cars, you know.
You aren't by any chance jealous because you don't have one.
I wish you hadn't have said that.
Why?
Because it's the truth. I've been driving that thing I got for years now.
Well, what kind of car have you got?
It's a 1928 one-door sedan.
Never heard of a one-door sedan. Who made it?
A truck. Some wise guy wouldn't pull over. So I told him off after I pulled my head out of his taillight.
I said, you get out of that truck there, and I'll mess you up a bit. I said, well, sir, what do you think it is? A woman truck driver.
Did you mess her up?
The case comes up Thursday.
Well, it's good to see you. What's that you have in your hand? Something for your wife?
Yeah, it's a bunch of flowers for my wife, Gigi. See, some gardenias they are.
But they're all withered up.
Yeah, it's my fault that they're withered, you see. They were beautiful a few minutes ago, but I smelled them and I accidentally exhaled instead of in there.
Well, where's the little woman now?
Well, last time I saw her, she was going to a beauty shop trying to get that 1947 look about her. She's 47. She wants to look 19.
Say, didn't she used to go with Mel Bernstein?
Yeah. Why you mention him?
Oh, no reason. Just happened to see him in town this afternoon.
Mel's in town?
Well, what's the matter, Willie?
Well, I wonder if that's why she didn't get mad when I said I was going out tonight.
Oh, now don't go getting any silly ideas. You aren't jealous, are you?
Me? No. I'll see you later.
You are jealous.
No, I always turn green at this time of the day.
Now, look, Willie, forget that guy. I'll admit he thinks he's quite a ladies' man, but believe me, he's his own worst enemy.
Not while I'm alive. Well, I left the club and I drove home, stopping on the way to clean the telephone poles from my windshield wipers. All I could think of was Mel Bernstein. Mel Bernstein, louder and louder. It kept wrecking through my brain. And finally, I pulled up in front of my California home, a Quonset hut surrounded by good-humor men and lifeboats. There was a dim light in my apartment, so I parked my car. I hoped I parked on the right side of the street. When you park between these Studebakers, it's pretty hard to tell. I walked up the stairs, and I walked in. Walked down the hall, and suddenly I was in front of my apartment, the one with the eviction notice on the door. Number 66. And then I heard voices in the apartment, and something inside of me snapped. I swallowed my bubble gum. Voices, someone said,
I love you.
I love you too, my dear. Let me take you away from this place.
Sound like Chuck Boyer. Suddenly, everything in front of me went black. Somebody hung a hat over the keyhole. I tried to break down the door. A running through my body against it. And I backed up and running through my body against the door. Open the door, I cried. Richard wasn't there, so it didn't work. Like a madman, I turned the doorknob. It was unlocked all the time. And there before me stood a terrified woman, and a horrified man stood by the window, and then my bubble gum popped and knocked me flat on the face. I entered the room. A man came in after me.
Mr. Lop, what happened?
Ain't you been paying attention? I caught this man talking to my wife.
Oh, this ain't your wife.
Ain't this apartment 66?
No, this is 6.
Good heavens, my jealousy's making me say double again.
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to taste better. It's moisturized to smoke milder. Yes, this new moisturized Rolly 903 is unlike any Rolly cigarette you've ever smoked before. It's new, all new, new blend, new freshness,
new taste.
And remember this about the new Rolly 903. Medical science offers proof positive. Tests certified by a jury of 14 doctors, based on a method used by the United States government, prove that no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
Smoke the new, all-new Rolly 903. It's moisturized.
David Forrester and his Raleigh Cigarette Orchestra play a waltz from Broadway's newest musical hit, Finian's Rainbow, and it's called When I'm Not Near the Girl I Love.
Chapter 2, Jealousy with Circumstantial Evidence and an Imagination. Junior got Grandpa in Dutch and his grandma in jealousy's clutch. The result of his battle was almost a battle, till he admitted he tattled too much.
Oh, boy, look on the top shelf of that cupboard up there, cookie jar. That means there's a fresh supply of homemade manhole covers in there. Maybe Grandma wouldn't mind if I took a few. Then again, she might get mad because she warned me about climbing up on this cupboard. She said I might fall out and hurt myself. I better not take any. Then on second thought, may as well take a couple of bins. I'm up here anyway, you know. Don't yell, you scared me.
You're in the cookie jar.
How you know, me feet sticking out?
I told you about getting in that cookie jar.
Yes?
Now get down from there.
Okay, Joanna, move.
Wait till I get the ladder.
Well, I can't change my mind in midair, kiddo.
Now I'll have to punish you for disobeying.
Well, now, if I'm going to put you through any trouble, kiddo, you... Oh, you hit me. You broke me with a bat. You broke me. You hit me, broke me. So where we at? You broke me. So where we at?
Then why are you holding your head?
Because I don't know where me Sawowiak is. You hit me again, I'm going to tell on you, I will.
You're going to tell what?
I will tell everybody that you used to be Madame Muller, the woman heavyweight wrestler champion of the world.
Junior, I was no such thing.
Oh, no? Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this match is Atomic Annie. 6 fouls me! He does it every time. I knew your father shouldn't have laughed when the stork knocked at the door and said, trick or treat.
Grandma, did the stork bring me?
Yes, I guess they were out of babies that day.
Yes.
When I was your age, I didn't do things like you do.
No, backward child, huh?
You're getting too big for such tomfoolery. I want you to take an oath that you won't cause any more havoc.
Okay, I will give you me scout salute.
Well, why are you holding your nose?
I belong to the skunk patrol.
Don't be silly.
Yeah.
Repeat after me.
Repeat after me.
I, Junior,
the widow rat that I do
solemnly swear...
Oh, no, you don't. You ain't tricking me into a beating. No, I'm not swearing. I is too widow to swear.
Come on. Do solemnly swear that I will never again do another wrong deed. Well, say it. What are you waiting for?
That I will never again do another wrong deed.
What was that explosion in the living room?
There was some delayed action bombs in the goldfish bowl,
Junior, what have you got in your pocket?
A pretty widow box.
Let me see it.
It fell out of Grandpa's hole in his pocket.
There wasn't a hole in his pocket last night.
There is now.
Let's see.
What is it?
Oh, a wristwatch.
A wristwatch?
Junior, was there a card with this?
No, there wasn't, but Grandpa said something about it being for a lady named Annie. I don't think you very ripe. You look green all of a sudden, Grandma. Hey, is that watch better than yours, Grandma?
Well, look for yourself.
This is...
This one has gold hands.
This is yours. These pan hands.
Junior, what does your grandfather usually do when he takes you for walks?
Well, he puts me up on the ice cream counter and he says, you stay here, kiddo. I'll be right back. And then he goes next door to a sawmill.
A sawmill?
Yeah, I think so. There's a sawdust on the floor, anyhow. Maybe it's a music shop. Maybe it's a music shop. He says he's going in there to wet his whistle, and he does, too. He whistles.
How do you know, dear?
Because I followed him, but they wouldn't let me in. They said, we don't allow minors in here. Well, I says, don't allow minors in here. Goodness me. Why you say that to me? I don't even know John L. Lewis. No, sir, they wouldn't let me in.
Did you see your grandfather in that place?
Yes, I peeked through the swinging doors, I did.
Do they have waitresses in there?
You mean girls that wait on tables?
Yes.
Little short skirts and little white aprons?
Yes.
Red fingernails long?
Yes.
No, I didn't see any of them.
No blondes?
Blondes. Everybody talked about the blondes. Blondes. Don't the little redheads and brunettes ever had no fun?
Oh. Have you ever seen him, well, say, affectionate toward anyone?
Well, now that you mention it, yes. I see him once put his arms around Mabel's neck.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. No, I knew it. I noticed a sudden change in him, especially toward me. What does Mabel look like?
She's beautiful. She got long legs.
Junior!
Well, she has. I sat on her back one day. She won the Kentucky Derby one year.
What on earth are you talking about?
Mabel, the policeman's horse.
A horse? Then why don't you say what you mean?
You yelled at me.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
I'm sorry. I was just in a jealous rage.
In a jealous rage?
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
It won't happen again.
No, well, it better not, or you'll be hearing from me on Mr. Anthony's program. And I will mention names, too.
Tell me some more about your grandfather.
Well, no, kiddo. You fly into one of them jealous rages again, and you'd better be careful accusing Grandpa. A man don't like to be accused of things that he hasn't done and wish he had. I'm sorry. Besides, we informers ain't in this squealing business for our health, you know.
Well, I'll give you a penny.
Well, thanks, Sporty. Not enough.
2 pennies?
No, if we're going up that slow, we're going to be here all day, you know.
Look, tell me all you know, and I'll buy you that toy police car in the 5 and 10.
Kind of the policeman use?
That's
With
right.
the horn that goes beep, beep.
Yes.
Machine gun goes
That too.
And the siren goes woo.
It certainly will.
Well, why don't we sing like that? I can make all them noises myself.
Grandfather. I mean, you're spoiled like him.
Well, I don't see how he could be spoiled. The cops keep him in the can most of the time. Does I get the nickel or don't I?
I don't have any change.
Well, I have change. Me piggy banks turned out to be a hog.
Okay, I'll give you a nickel.
Okay, Warden, I'll turn state's evidence now.
Now, think hard, Junior.
Yes?
Who is this Anna your grandfather got the watch for?
He's that somebody's coming.
Here he comes. Here he comes. Give me your hand. Give me your hand.
Give me a hand. Wait, when you throw me at him?
No. I just want him to remember us as we stand here betrayed. And when he walks into this house, we are going to walk out forever.
You better lay off them double features, kiddo.
Junior, dear. I want your grandfather to see how much he's hurt us both.
Huh?
Now try to look as sad as you can.
Okay.
Oh, no. No, don't look like that. We don't want to scare him to death.
Well, maybe you would like for me to give you a couple facial auditions or something. Goodness. Hey, where are we going? How are we going to live if we leave here?
I don't know what I'll do, but maybe I could get my old job back.
I'm afraid there ain't much demand for the floor door girls this year, kiddo.
Well, to make a living for us, I'll probably have to work as a scrub woman.
Oh, that would be fun. I could be you, Mom. We could take your portrait on, too.
Hello, Myrna, dear.
Hey, there's a riot squad here. You better stand by for that.
Where have you been, Pat?
At the office.
Take a tip from me, Grandpa. Keep moving him around. Move around.
What's wrong with you?
There's nothing wrong with me. I'm the same loyal wife I've been for 30 years.
Yes?
What's she crying about, you?
That's a pretty sad speech she just made, I thought.
Yes, my dear, that's right. You're the same girl I married 30 years ago today.
Don't try to soft me.
Soft her.
You. Today?
Today?
Yes. Today's our 30th wedding anniversary.
That's who the watch was for. Anniversary.
Please forgive me, dear. Oh, dear. I was all ready to accuse you of something you didn't do.
Yeah.
And I was all set to go out into the world of my own.
Yeah.
A helpless old lady. Never to see you again.
Never to see you.
Oh, no.
What are you crying about?
She's scared herself.
Remember, we'll all be back with the next Tuesday at the same time. Until next Tuesday, then, this is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening. And tune in early next week for the Look Award on Bob Hope Show. Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness.
That's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
And that's Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown & Williamson Tobacco Corporation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
What time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show. Produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Stop that yelling, Costello. Come over here. I need $10,000 in a hurry. Will you loan it to me? Ha ha! Haven't got that much, eh? Well, how about 8,000? Ha 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 ha! How about 5,000? 1,000? Costello, when are you going to stop that laughing? When you get down to about $3.25. I should have known better. If you stopped chasing girls, you'd have money.
I don't chase women, Abbott. I'm repulsive to women.
Repulsive to women? Who told you that?
Women.
What? Haven't you ever had a real girl, Lou?
Oh, yes, I have. Once, Abbott. Her name was Mabel Kumquat. Dear old Mabel Kumquat. Sweet kid.
Not bad.
Met her at a delicatessen factory in Patterson. I was a salami sniper.
A salami sniper?
Snipper.
All right, so what is...
Well, a salami snipper? That's an endless chain of salami would go by me every 20 inches. I would go snip, snip.
Go on.
One day I looked up and there stood Mabel. I stood there looking at her for 15 minutes.
And what happened?
Abbott, did you ever see a salami 2 miles long?
And that was the start of your romance, eh?
Oh, yes. One night I took her up to Bung Mountain.
Wait a minute. There's no Bung Mountain in Patterson.
Abbott, when I take a girl up a mountain to a mountain, it's Bung. Then we became engaged. I slipped the ring on her finger. I didn't have a ring, so I used a cigar band.
Where did you get the cigar band?
Mabel happened to be smoking a White Owl at the time. I know it was a White Owl. I could smell the feathers.
Costello, you could graduate with honors from an idiot's college.
Thank you, Professor.
Hey, wait a minute, boys. Here's a serious-looking fella trying to get a word in edgewise. Let's see what he has to say.
Costello, stop that yelling. Where have you been?
I've been hiding my Christmas present.
Have you finished with your Christmas shopping, Lou?
No. On the way down here, I stopped at Nancy's department store, and boy, was that place crowded.
Lots of people, eh?
But it was so crowded. While I was in there, my belt broke, and it was 20 minutes before my pants fell down. Another thing, I can't stand those women shoppers.
What's wrong with women shoppers?
Well, I was standing by the notion counter. There was one woman there. She was turning everything bottom side up to see where it was made.
She was turning everything bottom side up?
Everything bottom side up. The floor worker saved me just in time.
Never mind that.
What did I got for $1.94?
Look, Lou, skip that. Did you write your letter to Santa Claus yet?
Did I write my letter to Santa Claus?
Yes.
I ain't gonna tell you.
Oh, come on. Did you or did you not write a letter to Santa Claus?
Well, if you must know, I did. And I asked him to bring me a new bicycle.
But Santa Claus brought you a new bicycle, a brand new bicycle, 2 years ago.
Yes, but don't you think I'm old enough now to have a boy's bicycle? Hello. I hate to interrupt your program, but I've got some bad news for you.
Out with it, man. What is it?
Mr. Costello, your Uncle Tom was just run over by a truck on Wilshire Boulevard. My Uncle Tom was run over by a truck on Wilshire Boulevard? Thanks for telling me. Abbott.
What?
You got a pencil?
What do you want with a pencil?
I want to cross Uncle Tom off my Christmas list.
How can you say that, Costello? How can you be so heartless? Isn't there any love in your family around Christmas time?
Oh, sure. Our family all love each other. Last Christmas, my Aunt May gave my Uncle Mike a broken arm for Christmas.
A broken arm?
Yep.
What kind of a Christmas present is that?
Well, after she broke it, she wrapped it up as a gift.
I'll bet your house is a pleasant place around Christmas.
Oh, you should have been there last year. Aunt Alma called Uncle Jim a no good, and Aunt May hit her over the head with a vase. Then my uncle hit my brother Pat over the head with a cane bottom chair, and then Uncle Tom hit my cousin Vincent with the umbrella stand, and my sister Marie fired 3 shots at my sister-in-law.
What happened?
Well, before you knew it, an argument started. Well, I want to tell you something, Abbott. And speaking of arguments, what are you going to get your wife for Christmas?
Well, I gave her some money. She wanted to buy herself a new corset.
Lovely.
Yes, but she can't seem to find one that will fill her budget.
She's so fat, nothing would fit her budget.
Costello, my wife is just pleasantly plump. She's not fat.
That reminds me, Abbott. My sister would like to borrow one of your wife's stockings to hang over the fireplace on Christmas Eve.
What does she want with one of my wife's stockings?
She's expecting a grand piano.
Are you trying to insinuate that my wife Betty is fat?
Well...
Did you ever see her in a bathing suit?
Yes, I have.
Repulsive, isn't it? Wait a minute. Who put that in this script?
I told you, Abbott, you should have bought those riders presents.
Did you buy the presents?
No, but I asked them what they wanted, and they said to me, Louie, you know what we like best. You just go out and get it, wrap it up, and put it on the Christmas tree.
Well, why did you do it?
Abbott, you can't wrap up a saloon.
Well, if you didn't get the riders anything, you should have at least bought their wives something.
I did, Abbott. I gave each one of them a corsage.
No, not corsage.
Not corsage.
That's corsage. Spelled A-G-E is pronounced like odd, as in corsage or garage. Now, where did you get them?
From the man who picks up the garbage. Well, I gotta go now, Abbott. I gotta do some shopping for Louis B. Mayer. He wants me to get a box of cigars. He's gonna give them to Margaret O'Brien for Christmas.
Now, wait a minute. Why would you want to give Margaret O'Brien a box of cigars for Christmas?
He wants to stunt her growth.
All right, Costello, that did it. Now I'm going to tell you what I think of you. You're the lousiest comedian on the radio. You tell the worst jokes on the air, and furthermore...
My brother-in-law.
I wouldn't come to see your show again if you gave me $1 million. You stink!
Sounded good, Lou.
This guy means it. Tough guy, huh? You want to step outside and say that?
Certainly I'll step outside and say it. Why?
Well, there's a lot of people out there in front that couldn't get in the studio. Maybe they'd like to hear it, too.
That's what I thought. You're a yellow rat.
A yellow rat, that did it. I'm not taking that sitting down.
Oh, you're not, eh?
No. He got me, Abbott.
Where'd you get you, Costello?
As I said before, I'm not taking this sitting down.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Why, Costello, I didn't expect to see you here tonight. I thought you'd be up at the North Pole looking for Santa Claus.
No, it's too cold up there. My Uncle Jim moved up there to the North Pole. Last I heard of him, he was keeping company with a girl polar bear, and he was going to get married.
To a girl polar bear? What stopped them?
Her parents objected.
If I remember right, your Uncle Jim took your cousin Vincent to Alaska with him, didn't he?
Yes, and one day Vincent was fishing for whales. He hooked one and started to pull in his line. Then the whale pulled, then Vincent pulled, then the whale pulled.
Where is Vincent now?
I don't know. But every time I get a postcard from him, he sends regards from Jonah.
Viola, you look so pretty. Why don't you and I step out together after the show? I'm in a gay mood tonight. I'm feeling my oats.
Yes, Abbott. Have you been out to lunch with Trigger again?
There's no reason why Viola shouldn't go out with me. I'm a regular ladies' man. Why, women throw themselves at my feet.
I don't blame him. Anything to get away from that face.
Costello, it's my turn to go out with Viola. Why, you've been over to her house 5 nights running.
Oh, no, Mr. Abbott. Only 4 nights running. Last night my father didn't chase him. Look, there's no use in you boys fighting over me. I want to find a big, strong, robust, romantic man.
How about me?
Okay, you can help me look.
Costello, I don't blame Viola for not wanting to go out with you. You're fat, you're ugly, your front tooth is missing.
Oh, no, it's not. I got it right here in my pocket.
Costello, honey, what are you going to get me for Christmas? You know, I need a new car.
A new car?
Well, Costello, as soon as a new car prices come down a little, maybe you can get her a new car.
I don't think so, Abbott. I went to a dealer yesterday, and I said, how long will it be before I can get a new car for $900? He felt my pulse and says, you'll never make it.
Oh, forget about Viola. We've got a lot of people on this show, and we've got to get them Christmas presents. Come on. Let's go across the street to the department store. Gee, the store is crowded. Look over there. It's our band leader, Matty Malnick.
Hiya, fellas. I'm looking to buy some records. Costello, do you know where the music department is?
No, I don't.
Well, you take down this aisle to the escalator, then you take the escalator to the next floor, then you go towards the front of the store.
Wait a minute. You asked me.
I asked you what?
How to get to the music department.
Well, you go down this aisle to the escalator, then you're right here.
Come on, now, get out of here. Matty Malnick.
Now, look,
some musician. He just don't give a toot.
Look, Costello. There's Santa Claus in the toy department.
Hey, come on over there. I want to talk to him.
Are you Santa Claus?
Yes, I'm Santa Claus. Yes, little man. Oh! What's the idea of kicking me in the leg?
That's for last year.
Costello, that's no way to act. Santa Claus is here to find out what you want for Christmas. Now, go ahead and tell him what you want for Christmas.
Gee, Santa Claus, I wish that Christmas morning I could find Rita Hayworth in my stocking.
With those fat legs of yours, you'd have plenty of room for the Andrews sisters.
Say, Santa Claus, that was pretty good.
Oh, it's nothing. I tell those jokes all the time up at the North Pole.
Who's your straight man?
A penguin.
You want to trade?
No, I don't want to trade. I'm too fond of this penguin. I keep him in a bottle of ink.
Oh, a fountain penguin.
Santa Claus. Costello's just a kid at heart. He craves affection. The thing for you to do is mother him.
Oh, well, that's different.
Sure.
Here. Come on, get up on my knee, fat boy. Now, put your head under my beard. Now I've got you.
Santa Claus, what are you doing? I told you to mother him.
Oh, I thought you said smother him.
Break it up, men, but it's time to change the subject for just about 60 seconds.
Our musical Christmas gift to all of you, Hal Winters in a Christmas Song, along with Matty Malnick and his music.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you'll really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. The fire is slowly dying, and my My dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Summer song by Hal Winters. Hey, Abbott.
Hi.
My brother Pat just told me some wonderful news. Tomorrow he starts playing with the girls in Phil Spitali's orchestra.
What instrument will he play?
No instrument. He's just going to play with the girls.
I thought your brother was a musician.
No, he's a singer. He sings just like Nelson Eddy.
Does he sing short and bread?
Well, he could, but the places he sings in are so small and narrow, he can't sing short and bread. He's got to sing right crisp.
Never mind that. What are you doing with that newspaper?
I wanted to show it to you, Abbott. My Sam Shovel Detective series is becoming so popular the newspapers have taken it off the radio page and put it on the front page. Look.
Wait a minute. I don't see it on the front page.
There it is. There it is. Under crimes committed in Los Angeles today. And besides that, I'm getting more fan mail than ever. Listen to this one. Dear Lou Costello, if your Sam Shovel Detective series is not the funniest program on the air, then I'm not the next president of the United States.
Who's it from?
Tom Dewey.
Well, never mind that. What is your Sam Shovel Detective mystery for tonight?
It's one of my latest cases, Abbott. I call it the case of Clarence, the dress designer who gave himself up to the police, or I'm all yours in buttons and bows.
And now to the further adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, private detective. I'm sitting here in my little office. It's mighty chilly in here. I think I'll throw another log on the fire. Every time I build a log fire in my office, the landlord complains. Maybe it's because I have no fireplace. I pick up the newspaper. I drop it on my desk. It was the Mirror. I read the one ad. Woman who washes Mondays and Tuesdays wants place to hang out on Wednesdays. Here's another one. Wanted man to teach nuclear division of atomic astrophysical cyclotronic fissures. No experience necessary. I glance out of my window to see what's playing in the movie across the street.
Chicago. Cleveland. Boston.
Must be that new picture, The Cry of the City. Next door to the movie is a Hollywood nightclub. Those Hollywood nightclubs cut the liquor so much the bartenders have to have a barber's license. In the winter, they have to put alcohol in the whiskey to keep it from freezing. I remember once my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, was so disgusted that he went into that joint to drink himself to death. He didn't get drunk, but there was so much water in the whiskey he nearly drowned. Suddenly the phone rings. Sam Shovel speaking.
Sam Shovel, you're on the spot. Get wise to yourself. You've got to play ball with us.
Who are you?
UCLA football team. We'll play anybody.
One line went south. I look out the window again. Crowds, nothing but crowds. Everybody doing the last-minute Christmas shopping. The crowds give me an idea. I'm going to write to my congressman to have him change Christmas to April. The stores aren't so crowded then. In the crowd, I see my pal, Lieutenant Abbott. Abbott is the cheapest guy in the world all year round. But when Christmas comes, he'd give you the shirt off his back. I know. Last year for Christmas, he gave me a dirty shirt. Lieutenant Abbott is a great detective. He worked on the Morelli case, and in 2 days he had it sewed up. Then he got the Murray case, and it only took him 3 days to sew that up. Then came the famous Lewis case. He sewed it up in 24 hours. He never carried a gun. Just a sewing machine and 3 extra bobbins.
Hello, Sam Shovel. Sam, tomorrow's Christmas Eve, and I dropped in to find out what you want for Christmas.
Well, I live just a stone's throw from Hetty Lamar's house, and my bedroom window is just a stone's throw from her window.
What do you want for Christmas, Sam?
A stone. Lieutenant, why don't you send me some mistletoe so I can kiss the girls under it?
That's not mistletoe. That's mistletoe. Missile, not muscle.
When I want to kiss a girl, I gotta use muscle.
Sam, I want you to help me on a job. I've been assigned to guard at the department store during the Christmas rush.
I guarded the Broadway Hollywood store last Christmas. I put a man on the 5th Street door, a man on the Broadway door, a man on the 6th Street door.
How did you make out?
They didn't lose a single door. But all the windows were stolen.
Come on, Sam. We're going down to the store right now. Sam, this is a big store. They sell anything from sailboats to a pound of pecans.
I see. They got everything from sloop to nuts.
Come, gentlemen, you'll have to go to work right away. The shoplifters are stealing everything in aisle 9.
Where is aisle 9?
Well, this is aisle 7, that's aisle 8, and that... How do you like that? They stole aisle 9.
I think I like this job. Say, who is that gorgeous girl behind the crowded counter?
Oh, that's Miss Fairchild. She works in ladies' slippers.
She's beautiful. What else does she do?
She just works in ladies' slippers, that's all.
Hey, wait a minute. Look, that kid. He just stole a pair of roller skates. I'll get him.
You let go of me! Let me go, you copper! Let me go!
I'll teach you to steal. I'm going to lock you up.
Lieutenant, I'll take charge of this case. You keep your eye on the store. Come with me, son.
Please don't take me to jail. Please don't take me to jail.
I didn't have the heart to take that kid to jail. He didn't look like a bad kid. He was poorly dressed. His face was dirty, but I could still see some of his freckles. His name was Johnny. I took him to my little office and sat him down in a chair. I could see he was scared, plenty scared.
Gee, Mr. Shovel, I don't want to go to jail.
And I don't want you to go to jail, son. That's why I brought you here. Those were plenty expensive roller skates you took off the counter in that store, Johnny.
Oh, gee, they were only $1.98.
I'm not talking about the cost in money, Johnny. It's the cost in shame and disgrace. Not only to you, but to your mom and your dad.
Gee, I never thought about that. Mom and Dad.
That's the trouble with doing a wrong thing, Johnny. Most time it hurts others more than the guy that does it.
Gee, you're a funny guy. You're supposed to be a detective, a cop. And me and the kids in my neighborhood, we ain't got no use for coppers. But, gee, I kind of like you. You don't talk like no cop. You're more like a friend.
Johnny, cops aren't bad guys. Every cop on the force wants to be the friends with every kid on his beat. When a kid is in trouble, if he'd run to a cop instead of away from him, he'd find out that cops are pretty regular fellows. You see, Johnny, you're a kid and I'm a cop. But lucky for us, we're both living in a wonderful country. A country that's interested in the welfare of its children. Our police know that no kid wants to be bad. It's just bad environment. Neglect on the part of parents. Lack of love and understanding. That makes a kid go wrong.
Yeah? And are you sure that all cops is my friends?
All cops, Johnny.
Aha! There you are.
Even him?
Even him.
I don't know what this is all about, Sam. But I gotta get this kid to the lockup. This is Christmas Eve, and I gotta...
You gotta get a little of the Christmas spirit, Lieutenant. I think Johnny's very sorry for what he did. He'll never do it again.
Well, he tried to get away from me. He ran from the law. That's a sign of guilt.
Honest, I won't never do it again. I promise I won't.
Besides, Lieutenant, I think I've made Johnny understand that cops are his friends.
Yeah? Johnny, if you know that cops are a kid's best friends, you've really learned something.
Yeah, well, there's only one thing that puzzles me.
What is it, Johnny?
Well, Lieutenant Abbott's a cop, ain't he?
Yes?
Well, how could a guy with a face like that be any kind of a cop?
Oh, Johnny. Johnny, it's Christmas Eve. Listen.
promised my wife I'd be in church, saying my prayers, singing hymns. And here I am in this broken down...
You don't have to be in church for that, Lieutenant. How about it, Johnny? Know the words to that song?
Yeah, I think so.
Johnny, let's try it, huh? What do you say?
Will have the last word as usual. But before they do, we'd like you to ponder this.
Costello, before signing off, let's wish all our listeners a very Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody. And I'd also like to say Merry Christmas to our fine crew that helped us put the show together. Our writing staff, which is headed by Eddie Plummer, with Paul Collin, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Leonard Stern.
Now, don't forget the swell boys of the band and our leader, Matty Melnick, and our vocalist, Hal Winters.
And a Merry Christmas to our producer, Charles Vander.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody, and Merry Christmas to everybody in Canada, New Jersey, and all over the world.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. And be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is door. D-O-O-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! Oh, shucks. That's me. Well, here I am again with $2,000. Who's first to try for the big money, Mr. Fenneman?
Groucho, we invited some college football players and some foreign-born girls to the program tonight. And here come the two selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. Miss Birgitta Juncker, Mr. Fred Snyder. Come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, howdy doody, huh? Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Miss Birgitta Juncker, is that right?
That's right.
Juncker or Junker? What kind of a name is that?
That's a Danish name.
Oh, Danish pastry, eh? I'll just call you Cookie, eh?
Okay.
How long have you been in the United States?
Almost a year now.
And how old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you have a job?
No, I'm here as a visitor.
Oh, Oh, that's a nice work if you can get it. How long you been in this country, Fred?
All my life.
That's so. Where were you born?
St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh, I know the American Consul there. How old are you, Fred?
21.
21, huh? And you're 20, huh?
That's right.
Hey, you might be able to do a little business here. Huh? You play football? Is that
That's
what it is?
right. Football.
Feetball or
Football.
Oh, football.
The singular.
Well, it is. The way some of them play, it is pretty singular. Where do you play?
Loyola University.
Loyola?
Yes.
Oh, are you in the Big Ten?
No. Not
Big
the
Six?
No.
Big Three?
What's the Big Three?
Britain, France, and the United States. Thought you had me, eh? I pulled a quarterback sneak on you. And a sneakier quarterback you'll go a long way to find. Well, if you aren't in the Big Three, what league are you in?
Oh, well, we're not in any league. We make up our own schedule. We play the different teams around the country.
Oh, like Russia, huh? You ad-lib the schedule, huh?
That's it.
What position do you play on the team other than horizontal?
Offensive right end.
Why do you play that position?
Well, mainly because of my height and my weight. If I weighed a little more, I might play farther in the line, but...
Is father in the line, too?
Yes.
Well, you wouldn't want to injure him, I don't think. Isn't he pretty old for football?
No, when I was...
How did he get on the team?
He played basketball.
Now, wait a minute. Half the team is playing basketball and half is playing football? I never heard of anything like that. And no wonder you don't have a regular schedule. They get all confused. They don't know who they're playing. Well, how is your father? Has he been hurt at all?
No, Dad's fine. He's
give him my love.
Yeah, I will.
And give her my love when you next time you talk to her.
Okay.
Well, now, are you considered to be a pretty good player?
Well, I guess pretty fair. I played first string now for 3 years.
Now he's playing with a string.
I should have said varsity.
This kid has really lost his buttons, huh? Do you play football in Denmark? Oh, no, that's to you. Do you play football
No, we play soccer.
You play soccer?
Yeah.
I haven't played for soccer many a time. Well, tell us something about Denmark. For example, how big is Denmark?
Well, Denmark is about the size of Los Angeles County.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't think there was a country in Europe that large, huh? Well, how is the standard of living there? Do you have 2 television sets in every garage?
No, we don't. Television has just come to Denmark now.
It's just starting?
Yeah, it's just starting.
Oh, that's interesting. It's just finishing over here. If you don't have television, Bajetti, is that?
Birgitte.
Birgitte, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, you're Mexican, huh? Now, how do you get Birgitte out of B-I-R-G-E-T-T-E?
Birgitte. It's very easy.
Does your father play soccer on the same team as you? Well, if you don't have television in Denmark, how do you entertain yourself?
Well, you go to operas, art exhibition, visit with friends, and...
You sound pretty gloomy about the whole thing.
Oh, you have fun.
You do? It sounds very quiet. Don't you have anything cultural like roller derbies or lady wrestlers?
No, we don't.
Now, Spaghetti, am I getting close?
Pretty close, yeah.
What did you say it was?
Birgitte.
Oh, Birgitte.
Mm-hmm.
Birgitte, yeah? Can you say that?
Is it Birgitte?
Yeah.
Birgitte.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
Yes, it's very good. Don't forget, you're a comparatively young man, Fred. I've always heard about the melancholy Dane, Birgitte. Is that true? Are Danes really sad and mournful?
No, I don't think they are, really.
Well, you haven't smiled much here tonight, Birgitte.
Oh.
Let's see a big smile. Just
no, I can't right now.
No?
No.
Would you say Danes have a good sense of humor?
Yes, certainly. I do think they
Could
do.
you give us a sample of a Danish joke? Just any old joke. I'd like to see how Danish jokes compare with ours.
Let me see.
Can you think of one?
Yeah, there's one about the husband and the wife.
I'll say there is. You hit it right on the doorknob that time. Well, let's have it, huh?
Well, the husband comes home after work in the night and he says to his wife, well, darling, wouldn't it be a good idea to go out and have some fun tonight?
Some what?
Some fun. Mm-hmm. And the wife says, well, that's a swell idea, but remember to leave the lights on if you come home first.
Congratulations. That's the kind of jokes they tell in Denmark.
Yeah.
Huh? Well, I guess it's true what I've always heard. I guess something is rotten in Denmark. Well, it's been very nice talking to you two. You're a fine-looking young couple, and I hope something comes of this. Well, in just 1 minute, you're going to play Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,000 question. But right now, I want you to listen to some information of great importance.
It's the car you've been waiting for. The car designed for you and your budget, too. Yes, it's the great new 1952 DeSoto. See it today at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Step into its big, roomy interior. Relax in its comfortable chair-high seats. Then drive the new DeSoto. Feel the thrill of its PowerMaster engine, the sure stopping power of its big 12-inch brakes, and the smooth, comfortable ride you get with DeSoto's famous Oriflow shock absorbers, and a host of other features. You'll discover DeSoto is the car designed for you and your budget, too. See it today. The new, the exciting 1952 DeSoto. On display at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Have you seen?
Did you ride?
Did you drive a new DeSoto? Hurry up.
Do it now.
At your dealers today. It's designed for you and your budget, too. It's the 1952 DeSoto.
And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the value jewel of the low-price field.
Friends, go into your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow, and when you do, tell them Groucho sent you. All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, explain the rules.
All right. You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected locations of colleges. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Well, we can't bet 80. We've only got 20. Oh, 18. Okay, 18.
What college is at Durham, North Carolina?
Duke.
Well, you're on your way. You have $38.
You got. Remember, you're going for $2,000, mate. Now, how much of the $38 will you bet on your second question?
30.
30. Okay.
Pagetti, talk up. Yeah, I know how to make her laugh. Just mispronounce her name. I know it's Bagita. Isn't that in Central America? No, that's Bogota, I guess. What? All right. I used to play a Bogota there. Humphrey Bogota. What college is at Palo Alto?
We don't have to talk that over. Stanford.
Stanford is right, huh?
You've now climbed to $68.
You have $68. Now, how much are you going to bet of the 68?
60.
Okay.
60.
All right. What college is at New Haven, Con? I guess that's Connecticut, huh?
Yale.
Yale is right.
You now have $128.
Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $128 are you going to risk?
125. Is that? Wait a minute. Is that all right with you?
Okay.
It's okay.
Let's
get.
All right. What college is at Ann Arbor?
Michigan. University
of Michigan.
And you wind up with with 200.
Steady that, Hanneman. Steady that.
And you wind up with $253.
Well. That girl, his age, and $253. What a chain of circumstances, eh? Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a plumber and a housewife for you, Groucho. A rather unusual housewife. They were chosen... Well, figure of speech. Huh? They were chosen from our audience just before we went on the air, and here they are. Mrs. Babette Millicent Edwards, Mr. Frank Moore. Meet Groucho Marx.
I want to welcome all three of you to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Babette Millicent Edwards. And Mr. Moore, you're a plumber, is that right?
That's right.
Always glad to meet a man with good connections. Where you from, Plum?
Belfast.
Where?
Belfast.
Old Fast, did you say?
Belfast.
Oh, Belfast. Suka Raka Rocky and the hoop. Used to be summer. You're a plumber. Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Belfast, where? That's an island, isn't it?
That's right.
How long you been over here?
42 years.
Obviously, you're crazy about Ireland, huh? Did you kiss the Blarney Stone when you were there?
I don't think so.
How old were you when you left there?
4 years old.
You were 4 years old, huh? That makes you, let's see, you were 40 years? 28, 23. Must be about 38 years old this time. Mrs. Edwards, may I call you Spaghetti?
Call me Babs. Everyone else does.
I'll call you Tiny, eh? I'll call you Babs. If everybody calls you Babs, I'm no fool. I'll call you Babs, too. Where you from, Babs?
Hohokus, New Jersey.
Look, I crack the jokes around here.
Well, that's where I'm
Cut the
from.
nonsense. Where are you from, huh?
Hohokus, New Jersey.
You just made it up, Babs. There is no place.
Well, there is. It's right in a stone's throw from the George Washington Bridge in New Jersey.
It is. How are the Stones around there? They're pretty good? I used to know them very well. Mr. and Mrs. George Stone, huh? How long have you been married, Babette?
19 years.
Oh, it's a long time, man.
You're telling me.
As a matter of fact, I wasn't. You were telling me. I'm going to be technical about it. What sort of work does your husband do?
He's a disabled veteran of World War II.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Give him my best and
Thank you very much.
Wish him speedy recovery for all of us. I'm glad this came up because I have a note here. I've been wanting to read it. It's here someplace. Here. Now, this is... I'd like you to pay close attention to this. This is a statement by General Ridgway. He says, every American who has given blood can and should feel he personally has contributed directly to the saving of the life of an American boy. Well, they need a lot more plasma.
Indeed they do.
So go down to your nearest Red Cross. They'll do the rest. You agree with that, don't you, Beth?
Indeed I do.
I didn't... You'll have to forgive me for bringing such a somber note into this alleged comedy program, but it's desperately serious. I think they only have an advance of 3 days' supply or something, so anybody who is physically able should go down and do this as a patriotic duty. Where do you work, Babette?
I'm at Auction City.
You're where?
At Auction City in Downey, California.
Well, what do you do there?
I'm a handwriting analyst. I analyze handwriting.
Oh. What can you tell from a person's handwriting?
Well, I could tell just the type of person that they are.
If I wrote something, could you tell what kind of a person
I'd be very happy to.
You could tell what kind of a person I am?
I can.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. The way you cross your T's and the way you dot your I's is all an indication of your character, your personality, if you have any, shows up in your handwriting.
Let's eliminate the gratuitous insults, huh? Well, you make a very interesting couple, huh? Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman, otherwise known as George, is going to remind our listeners.
The Danish girl and the football player won $253.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected spirituals as your category. Is that right?
Yes.
Here's your first question. How much Joshua fit the battle of Jericho? Jericho. Joshua fit the battle. And the knee bone keeps the head bone. And... Here's my question. How much would you bet?
$19.
$19. Is that all right with you?
Yes.
The bet? Jerry Fielding and his orchestra will play this spiritual, and you give me the title. Okay, Jerry.
Oh, them golden slippers.
Golden slippers is right.
Well, you're on your way. You have $39.
Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 39 are you going to try?
38.
Is that all right with you, Frank?
Right.
What's the name of this spiritual? Music. What is it? What do you decide on?
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen.
No, I'm sorry. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. That's a pretty tough one.
You now have $1.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh,
You're down to
50
$1.
cents.
You want to bet 50 cents? Is that all right with you, Frank?
It's all right.
All right. I'm sorry that was such a tough question. Okay, play, Jerry.
Sweet Chariot.
Swing low, sweet chariot is right.
$1.50.
Now, how much you going to bet now?
$1.50.
This is the last one. All right, give me the title of this spiritual.
Nobody knows the trouble I'm in.
Nobody knows the trouble I've been. That's right.
You wind up with $3, but...
We cannot let these people go away with $3. It's ridiculous. Even if we paid them by the pound, we'd owe them more than that. We're going to give you one more question. Answer it correctly, and we're going to give you $10. Think hard now, and please no help from the audience. Ready? Mexico City is the capital of what country?
Mexico.
Mexico is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We asked for volunteers with interesting backgrounds, Groucho, and Miss Lucille Will and Mr. Harold Huggins were chosen just before we went on the air. And here they are. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and win $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Miss Lucille Will and Mr. Harold Huggins. Are you married, Mr.
I'm a widower.
You're a very handsome fellow, Mr. Huggins. Would you mind telling us your age?
I've just passed 60.
Really? 60? Remember the speed limit in California is 55. So don't go over 80. Well, you don't look like 60. You look like about 46, 47. Very healthy-looking fellow. Mrs. Will, may I call you Lucille?
Oh, surely, but it's Miss Will.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
The retort courteous, huh? Where you from, Luce? Doesn't take us long to get familiar around here.
Wessington Springs, South Dakota.
You're from what was the name of the place?
Wessington Springs.
Wessington Springs. You should have been here a minute ago. We had a plumber here. What kind of... Oh, yes, Pierre is in South Dakota, isn't it?
Surely, it's the capital.
Didn't Coolidge spend their vacation in South Dakota? No.
Well, that was our next city, Rapid City.
Yeah. Well, if Coolidge was there, it wasn't very rapid, huh?
He didn't choose to run, is that...
He did. He ran, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
He ran around the White House every morning. Well, enough of Coolidge, huh? Where were we? We were in South Dakota.
Yes.
Do you work, Lucille?
Yes, I'm a teacher.
No, I don't mean do you work, Lucille. I mean do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
Public speaking teacher at Inglewood High School.
Oh, you're a teacher at Inglewood High, huh? Well, you're high enough to be in high school, huh? How long have you been teaching?
27 years.
Well, that's a wonderful record, and I congratulate you, know. How is it you look so young and fresh after so many years of turmoil with these students?
Well, perhaps there isn't so much turmoil. After all, I'm bigger than they are, and It is quite enjoyable and fascinating.
Oh, I imagine it's extremely interesting, but rather trying at times, isn't it?
Fascinating and fatiguing, you mean?
Yes.
I would say so.
I always thought it was fatiguing. I thought I could learn something having a high school teacher. By the way, Miss Will, how tall are you?
Practically 6 feet.
Mm-hmm. Has your height proved much of a problem to you?
Oh, I don't mind the north and south, but the east and west bothers me a bit.
I guess she's referring to the girth of a nation. Mr. Huggins, you're still here, aren't you? Glad to hear it. I always hate to have a contestant walk out on me in the middle of the... without saying good night.
Before the money's distributed?
Yes. You're no fool, Huggy. Tell me, Mr. Huggins, what kind of work do you do?
I've done a little bit of everything.
Well, I'm sure of that, but I mean, what kind of work do you do?
What kind of work do I do?
Yeah.
I retired years ago.
You retired,
Yes.
huh? What from?
Well, I've done a little bit of everything.
Have you ever done time in St. Vic?
No, fortunately.
Now, you see, you haven't done everything.
No.
I thank you to be careful what you say in this program, Mr.
I do my
Huggins.
best.
What are some of the things you have done?
When I was first out of university, I went into the diplomatic service and sent to Japan. I was a student of the language, and for some years I remained in the service and finally ended up as a vice consul.
A vice consul?
Yes.
You say you were a diplomat, huh?
Yes, I was a diplomat.
Well, if you're going to be mixed up with a vice consul, I guess you got to be a diplomat. Well, you make a charming and interesting couple, and if romance should grow from the seed I planted, I hope you let me have one of the twigs. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $2,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but Mr. Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The Danish girl and the football player still lead with $253.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected major cities of the United States. These cities are all over 100,000 population. This should be pretty easy. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet? You have $20. Or you have $20.
20.
$20.
Well, you speak foreign languages, too, huh? He understood it right away. I said $20, and he knew what I was talking about.
Wonderful pronunciation.
Now, here's your first question. You're going to bet the whole 20?
I believe the gentleman says so. Don't you?
The whole thing.
All right. Now, I don't want to influence you, but if you lose this, the whole thing is over, you know. Don't you think you ought to keep a little something for a nest egg? All right, $20. And what state is the city of Evansville?
Illinois.
Talk it over.
Oh, I quite agree.
I'm sorry, it's Indiana.
Well, that's that. I'm sorry.
Well, they can't
Well,
go
we
away.
can't let him go
I'm
away.
responsible.
So fast.
I warned you. You should have kept $1 in reserve. All right, I'll give you one question. If you get it right, you win $10. Think hard now. No help from the audience. You ready? Who is buried in Grant's tomb?
The gentleman himself.
General himself is right. I'm sorry. You didn't win one.
Well, you people went both. And that means that the Danish girl and the football player, with $253 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. You know, this time of year, you can find some really great values in used cars. And, of course, now, as in any season, you'll get the very best used car values in town at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's. He has many different makes and models to choose from. And you get this added advantage. Among his used cars are DeSotos and Plymouths, traded in by his regular customers. Cars the DeSoto Plymouth dealer knows very well, because he sold them originally and serviced them from the day they were new. You'll find the DeSoto Plymouth dealer a good man to deal with because he has a big investment at stake. He has to make happy customers, satisfied customers who will come back again and again, so his business will keep right on growing. That means he'll try his best to find just the right used car to fit your needs and your pocketbook. So if you're in the market for a good used car, stop in where you see the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And when you do, tell him Groucho sent you.
Well, here's the Danish girl and the football player, the winning couple, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question, Groucho. Right in here.
Well, here they are. Here's the kids again. If you win all this money, you can get your father off that team. You can buy a lot of pastry for this, Bagooty. I know it's Baguetta. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Ready? The nation's capital is pictured on the back of only one denomination of United States currency. For $2,000, tell me, on what bill is the capital pictured? Walk it over. No, take a guess. All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
It's a guess, the dollar bill. One.
No. I'm sorry, the correct answer is the $50 bill. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but, Fenneman, how much did they win in the quiz?
Well, they won $253.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember... See the 1952 DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Good drivers don't brag about their ability to get out of tight spots. They stay out of them. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
You're asking me rather an involved question. Damn, part of the United States President, ain't it?
I wouldn't say it was part of them. Might be part of his...
His Everett and Miss Brighton was talking about Supreme Courts and things the other day. They're such know-it-alls. They'll sit around and tell about Constitution and Congress and all like that. The rest of us ladies in the Thimble Club just stand and golf. Supreme Court and Ulysses S. Grant and so on, none of their beeswax is it?
Knowledge of our national government and its functions is every American's beeswax.
Study. No, Vic, but don't you think they're putting it on?
Who, Miss Brighton and my after that?
Yeah, all that nonsense, big, important talking. Actually, you think they were the king of the Orient. What was it Miss Abbott said the other day?
Couldn't tell you.
Republican form of government, la-di-da, Abraham Lincoln, Gettysburg, Constitution, la-di-da. We people, taxes, canal zone, Congress, dumpty-dumpty-dum. Silly. Right, what I say about them feet?
I keep forgetting.
Well, get them down. Scratches enough on that Davenport. No, but ain't it ridiculous?
Well, I'd say...
Apparat's a grown-up woman with a family and a house to keep clean. What on earth does she care about the Congress?
I think people ought to be a little interested in the government.
Yeah, sure, but why go around making a big to-do about it?
People ought to try to understand the government.
Oh, what is there to understand?
Quite a bit.
They got fellas up there in Washington, D.C.
What fellas you referring to?
Well, Congress fellas and all them. President at the White House and so on.
There's more to it than that, kiddo. The United
Let me
States...
tell you. You're supposed to be studying.
This will only take a second. And it's fresh in my mind because we just had it in civics. In the first place, the United States government is divided into 3 departments. Executive, legislative, and judicial. These 3 departments, Mom, each got a separate function. The executive department is the department that enforces...
Keep your feet down.
That enforces the laws. See, when a nation adopts a republican...
It looks like we got a Miss Apparat right here in the family.
What?
Oh, Rush explains the thing the same way she does. Instead of coming right out and saying what she wants to say, she hems and haws and beats around the bush till a person wants to scream. Then why don't you just say they got Congress fellas in Washington, D.C. that fixes the law?
But there's more to it than that. Look, kiddo. The Congress makes the law.
Sure.
The President enforces the laws. The court tests the constitutionality.
Oh, there you go. The constitutionality. Oh, my.
Ought to be interested in that.
Oh, sure.
Every American's having knowledge of the functions
Let's have more algebra studying and less talk from you, mister.
No, but you really ought to know something about this, Dave.
Fine. I got a house to keep up. 3 meals a day, I have to get. I'm busy. Where on earth would I be if I fiddled around with foolishness?
You can hardly call the government of your country foolishness.
Oh,
your government...
Let's forget it.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Steel Pump that clerks in at Yamlin's going to be married. Marrying one of the Hunkerman girls, Marie. Right. Yeah, your feet.
Excerpt from a broadcast of some 22 years ago. Vic Sade.
Trouche, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. No man is well dressed unless his hair is well groomed. So take the tip. Try the way successful men in both sports and business keep their hair looking its very best. It's Vitalis and the 60-second workout. See how the Vitalis workout helps your hair, helps stimulate your scalp. See how it prevents dryness, routes loose dandruff, and helps check excessive falling hair. And see how Vitalis keeps your hair handsome and healthy looking with never a trace of a greasy patent leather shine. For there's not a single drop of mineral oil in Vitalis. So try Vitalis and the 60-second workout. You'll like it, and you'll like what it does for the looks of your hair.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Whether you're late to eat, meat to eat, Archie the manager. Right away. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Look, I just got quite a compliment. Yeah, the glass eater from the circus was in. He says our blue plate special lunch was delicious. Yeah, he left the luncheon at the plate. Well, Duffy, in his business, you know, he can't take chances with his stomach. Another thing, the inspector from Weights and Measures was in, you know, and complained about the size of our whiskey jiggers. Yeah, he said they was too small, so I tricked him. I gave him a drink of our bar rye, and then he complained the jiggers was too big. Well, look, Duffy, I'm going down to the bank to make a deposit. Well, yeah, nothing like having a little dough put aside. I quit smoking, stopped going to movies, and quit buying fancy clothes, been keeping away from dames. Yeah, for the first time, I'm really enjoying life. Yeah, so, can I have an hour off to go to the bank? I can't. Now, look, Duffy. You know, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, and I've been meaning to ask you, did St. Patrick chase you out of Ireland? Huh? Go soak your head. Miss Archie, did I hear you say you was taking an hour off?
Why not? It's my turn.
How you figure?
You had an hour off last year. Besides, it's rather urgent, you know. I have an important appointment with my bank. I'm making a deposit.
How much?
$10. And you know, Eddie, $10 ain't hay.
Nowadays, it ain't even money. Which bank are you going to?
Well, that's my big problem, finding a bank that I can trust.
That's a switch. Up till now, your big problem was finding a bank that would trust you. How come you're getting so thrifty all of a sudden?
Well, I think a guy should look out for his future, you know. You never can tell when disaster is liable to strike.
Like what?
Oh, sickness, accident, marriage. Now, take you. How much do you make a week?
Including tips?
Yeah.
Nothing.
And out of that, how much do you save? Practically nothing. But I'm going to be different. No more throwing dough away, like on dames. You know, look what it cost me to go out last Saturday night.
You mean with dollar snapping?
Yeah. Joe's diner wasn't good enough for her. She has to go to one of them high-class places where there's dining and dancing.
Cost you plenty, huh?
You know how them jukeboxes eat up nickels. Another thing I'm going to cut down on is me rent. Why do I need a 6-room apartment?
How much did it cost you?
Plenty. $9 a month.
That much?
Well, I rented it when the apartments were scarce and I got stuck with a lease. Now, so from now on, I'm going to be known as Thrifty Archie. I'm going to put a little something aside, you know. Eddie, we can all take a lesson from the squirrels, you know. All year round, they're busy storing up nuts. Hello, Finnegan.
How's things, Art?
Finnegan, you see before you a new Archie.
Oh, did you get a good trade-in on the old one?
Finnegan, what I mean is I'm trying to figure out how to cut down the cost of living.
Well, that's simple.
Oh, yeah? How do I do it?
Drop dead.
I'm afraid your method is a little too roundabout.
Well, there's two sides to that question.
What do you mean?
I'm a little off-center.
You stand there, too, don't you?
Yes,
you might have gotten
do.
a laugh if I'd read the right line there, too.
That I know.
Want to try it again?
Yeah, well, there's two sides to that question.
Where do you stand?
I am a little off-center.
That I know. But take your case, for instance, Finnegan. Do you manage to save any money?
Oh, certainly. For instance, every time we weigh ourselves, me and me kid brother save a penny.
How?
We both get on the scale at the same time.
You both can. Then how can you tell what each one weighs?
Simple. We divide by 2.
And that don't make no sense. One of you has to weigh more than the other.
What's the difference, Arch? It's all in the family.
He's a little off-center. Look, after you save these pennies, what do you do with them?
I go to Coney Island and have a good time.
Yeah, and you never think of saving anything for a rainy day, though, huh?
Who wants to go to Coney Island on a rainy day?
Finnegan, I'm beginning to conclude that you don't know nothing about economics.
Well, I could have told you that.
Well, would you like me to explain the economic system to you?
Is there any way I can get out of it?
No.
Then please do.
Okay. We'll start with money.
Yeah.
Now, take the dollar, or as it is known today, the half dollar. Now, if you put it in a bank, they pay you 1% interest.
But how can they make money that way?
Well, if they lend it back, the inn charge you 6%. See? That is, of course, unless you're very poor. If you're poor, the bank don't charge you the 6%.
How come?
They don't lend you the money in the first place. Does that answer your question?
I think so, except for one minor point.
What's that?
What's the economic system?
I think I'm wasting my time. Look, Eddie, keep an eye on the joint while I get down to the bank, will you?
Hey, can I go along with you?
What do you want to go to the bank for?
I'd just like to stand there and drool.
Well, here we are, Eddie. The 3rd Avenue Bank and Trust Company.
Yeah. Look what it say on the window. Assets $36 million.
Little do they know that in a few minutes they'll have to add $10 to that sign. No. Leave us find the president's office.
That is right there. See that? See? J.B. McIntosh, president.
J.B. McIntosh. Think I should just call him J.B.?
Why not? He'll probably call you by your initial. You know how it is with them presidents.
Anyway, leave us go in. Mr. McIntosh?
Yes?
Sir, I am a potential depositor. Do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Not at all.
Well, nothing personal, but can you prove to me that your bank ain't crooked?
I beg your pardon?
Come, McIntosh. You know what I'm driving at. Do you maintain a fiduciary balance to offset diminishing debentures on the fiscal?
I don't understand. What he want to know is if he put it in, do he get it out?
Thank you, Eddie. What's your answer to that one, McIntosh?
Young man, you can take your money out at any time unless you put it in our Christmas club.
Oh, what happens then?
Then the money can't be taken out till next December.
Can't, huh? I suppose there are redundant circumstances.
Sorry, but we're very strict. You see, some of our depositors are weak and spineless and haven't enough character to resist temptation. Mr. Archer, give the man the money. What amount did you plan to deposit, young man?
Well, I was planning something in the general neighborhood of $10.
$10?
Yes.
Oh, goody! Now we can build that annex.
Well, Finnegan, we're back from the bank.
Don't bother me, Arch. I'm busy taking care of a customer.
Oh, a customer. Good. What's he buying?
Nothing. He's selling me a watch.
Oh, let me see that. Hey, let me look at that watch. Hey, pretty good. What do you want for it, stranger?
$10.
You got a deal. Will you trust me till Christmas?
What's your offer, Bud?
Me? $2. Cash.
Brother, you bought yourself a watch. So long, fellas.
Finnegan, how can you be such a jerk, letting that guy sell you such a crummy watch? I'll bet it don't even run.
Well, if it don't, the laugh's on him.
How come?
I can't tell time.
Some people just never learn.
Hello, Arch.
Oh, hello, Joe.
Hey, nice watch you got there, Finnegan. Would you like to sell it?
Oh, maybe.
Well, how much?
Well, I want 5, but I'll take 10.
You want 5, but you'll take 10, huh? What do you say we split the difference?
Okay, it's your deal. $3. Hey, that's pretty good, huh? I paid 2 and I get 3.
Yeah, Joe, what are you going to do with the watch?
Give it to my girl.
A cheap watch like that?
Arch, it's not the watch, it's the sentiment. Besides, a watch like that on my girl's wrist will get everyone to notice her hands.
You can say that again.
Well, naturally, Arch. After all, she has lovely hands. Trouchet, you know.
I know.
And there's nothing like Trouchet to care for hands, because Trouchet is the before-hand lotion. Something really different in hand lotions. You can use it before you get to work, before you do dishes, before you put your hands in water. And Trouchet is so effective that it will guard your hands even in that hot, soapy water. But you can also use Trouchet as you use ordinary hand lotions, anytime your hands need a creamy, softening lotion. So get Trouchet and get an all-around hand lotion that gives you beforehand protection, something no ordinary lotion gives you. Get Trouchet, the beforehand lotion, and get softer, lovelier hands.
Hey, Art.
Yeah?
If you buy a watch for $2 and you sell it for $3, how much do you make?
50%.
How much do they pay you in the bank?
1%.
Gee, Arch, I wish I had your brains.
Don't be sarcastic. At least in the bank, I know the money is safe. That is, I think it is. Eddie.
Yeah?
I'm just thinking, when we was down to the bank, did you notice that cashier?
What about it?
You notice he always kept his hat on? And that president, that McIntosh, I wonder. Give me that phone. Hello? Third Avenue Bank and Trust Company? Look, would you kindly peek into Mr. McIntosh's office and see if he's still there? He is? Okay, thank you. Now, what's that?
Hey, Miss Archie, ain't that Max the bookie over there?
Max the bookie?
The guy from the racetrack?
Oh, yeah. I wonder if he's heard I got money.
Arch, Sweet Sue in the 3rd race. He heard.
Look, Max, I quit betting the horses. I don't want no more of them phony tips.
Phony?
You heard me. That last horse you give me. When a race starts, he has to run in the wrong direction. Then when he gets halfway around the track, he faints.
Well, it was the shock, Arch. It was the first time he'd ever seen other horses face to face.
Yeah, well, what about that other short thing? The one where you told me the jockey was your own brother. The horse was full of Benzedrine. The judges was all fixed. How come I lost on that one?
Well, Arch, can I help it if somebody pulls something crooked?
Look, Max, you're wasting your time. I'm through betting on horses. I got me money safely tucked away in the bank.
You put it in the bank?
Yeah.
What odds did they give you?
They didn't give me no odds.
You mean they only give you even money? What is the world coming to?
Look, Max, get out of here, will you? You're wasting your time.
Okay. Maybe some of your pals would like to make a few bucks, huh? How about you, Bud?
Not me. Last horse I bet on, he came in so late at night he had to tiptoe into the stable.
Well, okay, gents. Just remember what I told you. Sweet Sue in the 3rd.
Are you kidding, Sweet Sue? He couldn't run his way out of a paper bag.
Well, then what about Blue Boy in the 4th?
Blue Boy, strictly a nag.
Okay. How about this one in the 6th? A horse called Money in the Bank.
Max, I'm not going to... Money in the bank.
It might be a hunch.
Yeah, Max, are you sure this is a good tip?
Oh, I figured it out according to my system.
What system?
Well, don't you remember? Who gave you Valdina Mall in the Gold Cup?
You did.
And who gave you Speed King in the Preakness?
You did.
Who gave you Lady Luck in the Kentucky Derby?
You did, but so what? All them horses lost.
Well, Arch, no system is perfect.
Hey, look, this horse, this Money in the Bank.
Yeah?
What's the odds on him?
4-1. And, brother, you can put your shirt right on his nose.
Won't that interfere with his breathing?
Now, wait wait a minute, Mac. Huh? You're a bookie. If this horse is such a hot tip, how come you're willing to bet against yourself?
I'm the friendly type. You see, you guys are all pals of mine. I'd like to make you happy.
Well, that's good enough for me. I'll bet $3 on him.
Okay, you want to bet him to win?
What do you think, to lose?
Finnegan, you're making a big mistake, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah? Like I did with the watch, huh?
Okay. Play, Gypsy. Dance while you may. Turn the radio on, Eddie, and leave us see what happens.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And now the horses are rounding the first turn. It's Skyrocket out in front, followed by Sea Breeze, Lady Pilot, and Money in the Bank.
Come on, Money in the Bank.
As J.P. Bonham says, there's one born every minute.
Now they're in the straightaway. It's Skyrocket, Sea Breeze, and Money in the Bank, moving up in a third position.
To quote Benjamin Franklin, a penny saved is a penny earned.
Come on, Money in the Bank.
And now it's neck and neck, Skyrocket and Money in the Bank.
Benjamin Franklin felt that a modest return on a modest investment was always necessary.
And here comes Money in the Bank. It's Money in the Bank by one length.
Benjamin Franklin...
And now it's Money in the Bank by 2 lengths.
Atta boy, Money in the Bank.
Benjamin Franklin...
And Money in the Bank is the winner.
Oh, boy, the winner.
Yeah, and 4-1. Did you hear that, Mr. Archie?
That stinking Benjamin Franklin.
Look, I think I'll call up my mother and tell her the good news.
You're going to spend a nickel to call your mother?
Oh, mate, $12.
See? Easy come, easy go. These horse players is all alike. Go ahead, throw away your nickel.
No answer.
Someday you'll listen to your old Uncle Archie.
I guess I better hang up. Hey, look! Look, a hatful of nickels. Oh, boy.
What was you saying, old Uncle Archie?
Okay, scoff me, but I still say me money's gonna stay in the bank.
Archie, bonsoir, mon chéri.
Well, Rennie, I ain't seen you in a long time.
Did you miss me, Archie?
Yeah, now that I see you, I realize how much of you I've missed. You lost a little weight, didn't you?
Yes, I've been taking reducing pills.
Reducing pills, huh? Wonderful how them little pills know just what to leave alone. Look, Rennie, ain't this kind of a surprise visit, though?
Well, I was thinking about you, and I felt a little lonesome.
Oh, I thought maybe you heard I got money in the bank.
You have money in the bank?
Yes, in a Christmas fund.
Oh.
Yes, you see, a friend of mine, Mr. McIntosh, the president of the bank, Mr. McIntosh says I gotta keep it there.
You mean you can't take the money out till Christmas?
Well, Mr. McIntosh says
Archie, why wait till December when it could be Christmas tonight?
Rennie, you mean...
Yes, we could dance together, and you could hold me real close in your arms.
But Mr. McIntosh says the bank has a rule that...
Then later on in the evening, we could go someplace where we could be all alone. Just the two of us.
Hello, McIntosh. Merry Christmas. Look, McIntosh, this is Archie. I got me my... Hello? I think I'd better go down there in person. Rennie, please, wait here, though, in the meantime, will you? And don't lose the mood.
But, Mr. Archie, would Benjamin Franklin approve of you spending your money this way?
Eddie, Benjamin Franklin was a much older man than I am.
Ouchie, the answer is no.
But, Mr. McIntosh, you're a banker. You got a heart, ain't you?
Who, me?
Look, Mr. McIntosh, I'd like you to meet me brother.
Hello. This is your brother?
Well, things is tough all over. That's why I need the money, sir. You see, me brother here has to have a delicate brain operation.
Brain operation?
Yes, they've got to remove it. Yeah, the doctor says it's cluttering up his thoughts. And it ain't only the operation, Mr. McIntosh. He's got other troubles. His wife just come back from Chicago with a little bundle in her arms.
Yeah, poor dame's got to do her own laundry.
You had enough, McIntosh?
Archie, the answer is no.
Mr. McIntosh, take another look at me brother here. How would you like me to go around telling people he's a director of this bank?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I know when I'm licked. Here's the $10.
Well, Rennie, looks like we're all set.
You have the money?
Yep. Now, where do we start tonight? You name it, honey.
Nah, you name it.
Nah, you name it.
The Stock Club.
Okay, I'll name it. Look, why don't we just go to Joe's Diner?
Joe's Diner? But Archie, it's so cold there. I think I'd be much warmer at the Stock Club.
Excuse me a minute. Eddie, the dame wants to go to the Stock Club.
So what?
I only got $10. I got to get some more money.
Arch, Stumblebum in the 7th.
Max, are you still here?
Archie.
Just a minute, Rennie. Max, this Stumblebum, is it a good horse?
Arch, I would bet him if he was running against my own mother.
Yeah? Okay, here's the $10. Put it on his nose. Eddie, look in the racing form and see what it says about the 7th race.
7th race. Let me see. It says, Fly Away should win easily.
Mm-hmm.
Paper Boy will be right there at the finish.
Mm-hmm.
Buzz Bomb, the one to beat.
Mm-hmm.
Fred Biscuit has won 4 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Stumblebum,
Yes?
very fond of apples.
Is that all?
No, say here, in his last race, Stumblebum finished in the money.
Finished in the money, huh?
Yeah, he jumped the rail and crashed into the $2 window.
Just a minute, Rennie. I got a horse running in the next race. I got to listen to it on the radio.
Yes, folks, it's the 7th race, and the horses are at the starting gate. All except Stumblebum. He's having a hard time getting there. The walk from the paddock seems to have tired him out.
Max, I think I should have bet on your mother.
Well, now the horses are all lined up. Stumblebum is leaning against the starting gate.
He's leaning?
Well, he's saving his energy.
Oh.
There's quite a crowd out here at the track today, and... Wait a minute. What's that? There must be a storm coming up. Sounds like thunder. No, I'm wrong. It's just Stumblebum snoring. Stumblebum seems to be having a little trouble with his legs. He's down on one knee.
Max.
Well, you see, he's just going into a crouch for a good start.
Oh.
Well, we're all ready to go, folks. And they're off. It's Fly Away, Paperboy, Buzz Bomb, Bread Basket, and Stumblebum is coming up fast.
You hear that? He's coming up fast.
Yes, sir. Stumblebum gets up off his knees and breaks into a fast trot.
He's a slow starter.
Oh.
And now at the quarter pole, it's Fly Away, Paperboy, Buzz Bomb, and Bread Basket. And Stumblebum is bringing up the rear.
I had to bet him on his nose. Stumblebum, get going, will you?
Coming into the far turn, it's still Fly Away, Paperboy, Buzz Bomb, and Bread Basket.
Stumblebum, where are you?
Probably stopped to ask directions.
And now, as they cross the finish line, it's Fly Away, and then Paperboy, and Buzz Bomb, and Breadbasket. What a race this was, folks. A lovely day and a record attendance. And for you folks who are leaving the track and driving home, the officials ask you to please drive carefully. And Stumblebum! And now a word about tomorrow's races.
Archie,
Yeah?
what about our dinner date?
Well, Rennie, as I told you, I was going to take you to the Stork Club and have champagne and caviar and crepe Suzettes and quail.
And Stumblebum.
Eddie, please. But unfortunately, I'm broke. So how about a little dinner here at the tavern, huh?
Archie, I just remembered. I have another appointment.
Wait a minute, honey. Just a minute. I'll get the dough. Finnegan, look, you still got the $12 you won?
Yeah?
You still got the hat full of nickels?
For sure.
Well, let me have it, quick.
Well, what do you need it for? You got money in the bank.
Oh, Monsieur Finnegan.
Yeah?
How would you like to take me to the Stork Club?
Can we get by on $12?
I think so. Good night, Archie.
Sleep tight.
That Finnegan, what a jerk. You see, Eddie? That's the way it is with them horse players. Once a sucker, always a sucker.
Men, the quickest way to discover something better is to try it. That's why I want you to try Ben-X Brushless Shave Cream. Ben-X is the new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula that has brought better shaving to thousands of men.
Ben-X Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Ben-X doesn't clog your razor or drain either.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Ben-X yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a trial tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Ben-X, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Ben-X Brushless. Or try it free by writing Ben-X, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited.
It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Trouchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Each Wednesday, Bristol-Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is radio's Mr. District Attorney, friends, inviting you to hear one of the most human and gripping stories we've ever presented. It's the case of Send the Homeless on Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately on NBC.
Brings you The Life of Riley. Well, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley and a visit from your favorite, Red Skelton. Doting father than Chester A. Riley would be hard to find, especially when it comes to his teenage daughter, Babs. No mother hen ever clucked so anxiously over a young chick. And whenever Riley starts clucking, as he's doing right now, it means only one thing. He's going to lay a big egg.
Peg.
Oh, hello, Riley. I didn't hear you come in.
Peg, call a doctor, quick.
Riley, what's happened? Is it Junior? He's been in an accident?
Peg, call a psychiatrist right away.
Oh, it's for you. Now lie down, dear. You'll snap out of it. And you'll just have to give up that riveting job.
It's not for me. It's for Babs. I was passing her room just
What's
now.
wrong with Babs?
Well, come here. You'll see for yourself.
Well, what matter? Is she...
Shh, listen. In Babs's room.
Oh, Tom, it's sweet of you to ask me to be your wife, but I can't think of marriage just yet. My career comes first. Of course, I'd be glad to wear your frat pin and go to the dance with you and drive around in your convertible, but let's not talk about marriage for a while.
You hear that?
Well?
There's no one in the room with her. She's talking to herself. And what's worse, she's calling herself Tom.
What of it?
She's forgotten she's a girl. This can get her into big trouble. Eh?
Riley, come away from there. Babs is perfectly all right.
That's that studying. Too much algebra. Drive anybody nuts. Always trying to find X. I know. I spent 6 years in high school looking for X, and I never found it.
Riley, I know exactly what's wrong with Babs.
You do? Well, I didn't want to ask you, but as long as you brought it up yourself, tell me, has there ever been anybody in your family who, you know...
Chester Riley, are you asking me if there's ever been any insanity in my family?
Yeah, nothing personal.
Well, there was one person who everybody thought was crazy.
Now we're getting somewhere. Who?
Me, when I married you.
Now, just a minute, Peg. What do you mean, you?
Honest, Riley, how could you think for 1 minute that your own daughter is...
Oh, but she's got symptoms. Talking to herself, calling herself Tom.
She's got symptoms, all right, but it's not what you think.
Well, what could it be?
Riley, do I have to take you aside and tell you the facts of life?
Peg, is there something I ought to know that you're holding back?
Your daughter has fallen in love.
Babs?
Yes, that's why she spends half her time daydreaming out loud about this Tom. He's coming here to see her tonight.
Babs in love? Babs?
Well, why are you surprised? Is it so unusual for young people to fall in love?
No, you're right, Peg. Love was always a big thing in my life, right up until the time I got married.
My sweet embraceable you... Oh, Mother, I didn't even know you were home.
Oh, she's in a daze. She's really got it bad.
Yeah, her heart's so full of love, she's just got to pour it out in singing. Just listen to her.
Well, I'm glad to see you're acting intelligent about this. I was afraid you'd make a fuss.
Who, me? What's there to make a fuss about? Because she's in love? Well, that's natural. Reminds me of the time when I was young. Remember in the park how we'd sit on the bench where it was dark and you'd sing and then I'd... Babs, cut out that singing!
Mother, it's almost 8. Tom will be here soon. Did you talk to Daddy?
Not yet, Dad.
Oh, but you promised. You know how Daddy is when a boy spends an evening here.
Now, don't worry, dear. I'll get him to go to a movie.
Peg!
Oh, do it now, Mother, before Tom gets
All
here.
right.
Peg, you got a good book to loan me? I feel like staying in tonight and reading a book. I need some sleep.
Dear, wouldn't you rather go to a movie?
Yeah, okay, Dumpling.
Well, here's 50 cents. Have a good time.
Well, ain't you going?
No, I think I'll stay in tonight.
Oh. Well, I don't like to go alone. I'll stay in and keep company with you.
Thank you, but I can do without you this evening.
Well, hey, Babs, what are you all dressed up for? And who took the slipcovers off the couch?
Riley.
And look, cigarettes in the cigarette box. We expecting a visitor? It's... Oh. Tonight's the night your new crush is coming. Well, now I gotta stay here and meet him.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
I mustn't?
Oh, well, I mean...
Oh, I get it. So that's why you're trying to push me out of the house. You're ashamed of me.
Oh, I am not.
You are so. You're afraid those fancy college friends of yours will think I ain't got culture. Well, it's time you learned you can't hide the truth.
Now, don't be silly, Riley.
Oh, come on, Daddy, be nice. Go on.
I had enough of this. Now, you listen to me. I'm the head of this house, and I do as I please. No one can bribe me with 50 cents and try to push me out of the house to go to a movie. Not if I don't want to. I ain't budging from this spot.
Chester Riley.
Well, all right, but at least give me 10 cents for popcorn.
Hey there, Riley.
Oh, it's you, Gillis.
Why the gloom?
I just had a little argument with Peg. Babs' boyfriend is visiting, so Peg tried to push me out of the house. You know what she said?
How should I know? I ain't the kind of a guy goes around snooping, eavesdropping on his next-door neighbor.
Oh, boy, I told her off plenty.
You were right. At least you should have given you 10 cents for popcorn.
Gillis, you heard.
Well, my radio went on the blink, and I couldn't get it faced to be ignorant, so instead I listened to you.
Women, always trying to push you around.
Yeah, you gotta stand up to them.
There, fight back. Don't let them get away with it. Gillis, you want to go to the movies with me?
Riley, you ain't going to the movies and leave Babs in there with that college boy sitting on that couch.
No, I don't care. If she's ashamed of me and don't want me around, I got my pride, you know.
You think that's the reason she don't want you around? It's plain to see you ain't kept up with the modern American youth.
What other reason could there be?
Riley, do I have to take you aside and tell you the facts of life?
No, Peg promised to tell me.
Riley, think back 20 years to the time when we was boys in Brooklyn and we called on girls. You thinking?
Yeah.
Well, then...
Don't rush me. I'm still thinking.
Well, now you know.
Gillis, you don't think... No, Babs is pretty sensible after all.
If I was Babs' father, I'd play it safe. The minute this guy steps in the house, throw him out on his ear.
Well, I can't do that. He may be a nice kid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be polite.
No.
Yeah, hide in a closet somewhere and keep your eyes and ears open.
Gillis, you want me to be a spy?
Why not? According to the newspapers, everybody's doing it.
Well, okay. After all, I'm only doing it for Babs' sake. It's my duty as a father.
And you're a wonderful father, Riley. Believe me, if I ever have a daughter, I'd only wish you could be her father. Hey, Riley, when is he getting here? We've been in this closet a half hour already.
But he ought to be here any minute.
It's getting stuffy. There ain't much oxygen in here.
Oh. No, we'll have to save it. I'll breathe in and you breathe out.
What do you mean, Bob?
Shh. I hear something. It's them.
What are they saying?
I can't hear. Move over, Gillis. I want to peek through the keyhole.
Wait a minute. This overcoat's falling down.
Where?
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Now we'll see.
Well, what do you see?
Nothing yet.
Oh, let me peek, Riley. I know from experience my eyeballs fit all your keyholes.
No, it's my keyhole. I'm gonna... I can see now.
Yeah, what?
Babs just sat down on a couch.
Uh-huh. And he sat down beside him.
No, he's sitting away on the other side of the room.
A smart operator. He's just maneuvering.
He's getting up. He's walking.
Uh-huh. Now he's on the couch.
No, he took a cigarette from the coffee table. He's moving again.
Uh-huh. Now he's on the couch.
No, he went over to the window. Now he's turning around. He's coming back. He's near the chair. He's past the chair. He's past the coffee table. He's up to the lamp.
Uh-huh. Now he's on the couch.
Yeah.
I told you so.
Babs moved to the other side of the room.
He's chasing her.
No, she just got up to get some candy. She's coming back.
She's sitting down on the couch?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But now he's getting up.
What a dope. For this he went to college?
He went to the bookcase. He took out a book.
Uh-huh.
Now he's going back to the couch. Now he's... Dude! The lights went out. I'm going in there.
Riley, wait. Don't...
Put on the lights!
Daddy, what are you doing in the closet?
Mr. Riley...
Don't you, Mr. Riley, me, you couch slouch. Put on the lights this minute.
Riley, what on earth? He was hiding in the closet, Mother.
That's lucky I was. They just put out the lights.
Riley, the lights are on.
Don't tell me. It's pitch black.
There's an overcoat over your head.
Well, I think I'll go to the movies.
Good night, Babs. I'd better be going.
Oh, must you, Tom?
I'll see you sometime.
Wait, Tom, don't.
I really must. Good night.
Well, Tom, what...
Oh, Betsy, darling, don't cry.
Yeah, Betsy, don't cry. There's no harm done.
Get away from her.
How could you? Humiliating me like that. He was going to ask me to go to the dance, and now he'll never take me.
But, Betsy...
Don't talk to me. I never want to speak to you ever, ever, ever.
Oh, Chester Riley, spying on your own daughter. You want to be... I'll settle with you later.
But, Betsy...
Don't talk to me.
Betsy, darling.
Gillis, where are you?
I'm still in the closet.
Gillis, old pal.
Don't talk to me. I don't want to have nothing to do with a sneaking spy.
What a revolting development this is.
Riley, are you listening to me?
Please, Peg, I'm eating breakfast, and it ain't polite for you to talk while my mouth is full.
You've had enough to eat. Now listen.
Give me a couple of more eggs.
No, we're going to have this out once and for all. You realize what you've done.
Give me another stack of wheat cakes.
You just about broke Babs' heart, and all you can do is sit there and stuff yourself with wheat cakes. What possessed you to hide in that closet? How could you make such an idiot of yourself?
Gillis helped me. Can I have some more coffee?
Oh, I just don't understand you.
Well, a father's got to look after his daughter.
Not through keyholes. My father didn't spy on me when you called on me.
Well, I bet he regrets it to this very day. Give me some more wheat cakes.
Oh, the poor child was up half the night crying. But a lot you care.
That ain't true. Believe me, I'm heartbroken about this. Right now, just thinking about it, I've got a big lump in my throat.
That's the wheat cakes.
It ain't not, it's sediment.
Oh.
It'll be okay, Peg. I'll fix things up.
It's too late. The damage has been done. You frightened her boyfriend off. He'll never take her to the prom now.
No, she can change boyfriends.
And when the word gets round, she'll be the laughingstock of the whole neighborhood.
So she'll change neighborhoods.
It might be simpler if she just changed fathers.
Well, that's a good idea. She could work. That's not a nice thing to say. A guy can't sit down to breakfast without being insulted.
Just a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going out to eat breakfast. Change fathers, she said. After all I'd done for them, now they want to change fathers. Well, that's what they think. I'd like to meet the guy who tried to take me away from them.
How do you do, Riley?
Well, Digger, it's you.
It is I indeed. Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Well, what are you doing around here, Digger?
Oh, I'm on my way to the weekly meeting of the UEPGC.
UEPGC?
The Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Glee Club. I'm going to sing that popular song from the hit parade.
What's that?
Put him in a box, tie it with a ribbon, and drop it.
Digger, I'm in trouble.
Oh, not again, Riley. No sooner do I pull you out of one hole than bingo, you're in another. One of these days you'll find yourself in a hole, and I'll let you stay put.
Well, I can't help it, Digger. The trouble with me is I always let people down.
That's my trouble, too. But I always cover up my mistakes.
Well, I really pulled a boner this time. Babs was entertaining her boyfriend, and I spied on him from the closet.
Oh, spying's a bad business.
Yeah.
I remember I once suspected that one of my assistants was loafing on the job. So I hid in a box and spied on him.
Did you nail him?
No, he nailed me. Oh, I was mortified.
Well, I was caught, too. Poor Babs. She's heartbroken. Now she's got no one to take her to the dance tonight.
Riley, your problem is solved. I have just the boy for you.
Yeah? Who?
My wife's nephew. He's coming in from out of town today.
Yeah, is he a nice boy?
Well, I've never met the dear lad personally, but my wife comes from a fine family. Upstate farmers. The closer people are to the soil, the better I like them.
Well, gee, he sounds okay. Will you send him over tonight for dinner?
Indeed I will.
Oh, Digger, you're a real pal. I can always count on you.
That makes us even. I'm counting on you. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait a minute, Digger. You didn't tell me your nephew's name.
Oh, yes, it's Clem. Clem Kadiddlehopper. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Babs, open the door.
Go away.
But it's me, Daddy.
Leave me alone.
But, Babs, I got good news. I think
I don't want to speak to you.
But, Babs, you...
Oh, Riley, haven't you done enough?
But I got good news. Here I go and fix it so Babs can go to the dance and you...
Oh, Daddy, you spoke to Tom. He's taking me to the dance.
Not Tom. I got somebody better than Tom. Clem.
Well, who's Clem?
Well, he's a wonderful boy. You'll be crazy about him.
Oh, Riley, you have no right to pick up strangers.
Well, he ain't a stranger. He's Digger Odell's nephew.
Oh.
Yeah, Digger says he's a lovely boy.
Well, if Mr. Odell says he's nice, I guess it's all right.
Why, sure. And you know Digger, he don't make snap judgments. He always goes below the surface. Now, Clem will be here for dinner, and after you can go to the dance.
But how do I know I'll like him?
Don't worry, you'll like him. I guarantee it. The minute you see him, you'll swoon.
Oh, but Daddy...
That's Clem.
Oh, I'm not even dressed.
Oh, neither am I.
Well, hurry up and fix yourself up. I'll entertain him.
Oh, Mother, where's my blue dress?
Oh, I hung it in your pocket.
Now, make it snappy. Well, here I am. Whoops! No, I couldn't have seen it. I don't drink. Well, I'll open the door. Maybe it ain't there anymore. It's still here. Where's my girl? I hope she looks better than you do, brother. Hey, sir, you're looking at a man that's in the mood for romance. Boy, I ain't been kissed since we sold our nearsighted cow. Are you Clem Kadiddlehopper? Don't let my pointed head fool you. I ain't Woody the Woodpecker. Maybe I am. Oh, no, I couldn't be. Not with my ostrich-like neck. Tell me, son, where did Digger Odell dig you up? Oh, wouldn't you like to know? I'm sorry I'm late, but I just went down to the draft board. 24s go now, you know. The first doctor examined and he said I was a moron. Well, I resented that. So I took it to a higher up. I demanded an IQ from 3 impartial psychiatrists. How did they finally classify you? Care to shake hands with an imbecile? Look, Clem, you better go. There's been a mistake. Mistake? Yeah. Well, I got some more information. You ain't expecting to see me? Well, not till Groundhog Day, no. You shouldn't have come here like this. You should have phoned me, Clem. Well, I tried to phone you, but I can't get the hang of these city phones. You used up all my nickels trying to get the operator. Every time I put my nickel in and pulled the receiver down, all I got was lemons and cherries. Compared to this guy, I'm Einstein. Where's my girl? Drag her in. I can't stand here puckered up all night, you know. This alum don't come cheap, you know. But, Clem, I told you there's a mistake. Well, let's get going, stupid. Who are you calling stupid? Don't flatter yourself. I was just talking to myself. Clem, look, you gotta go, please. I ain't budging, not till I see my girl. Oh, beat me with a licorice whip. I'm the candy kid. Clem, look. Clem, wait in here, huh? In here, huh? What is this, Bub? That's the parlor. Kind of small for a parlor, isn't it? What are all these coat hangers doing? Hey, let me order her. Clem, please. Clem, keep quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late today. Well, Riley, where's the boy?
He ain't here. He didn't come yet.
Well, who was that at the door?
Oh, that was the full of brush man.
What's that? In the closet?
It's those California moths. Peg, I gotta call Digger. Peg, don't open up that closet. The moths may attack you. I'll be right back.
There's something funny. I better take a look in that closet. Whoop! I couldn't have seen it. I don't drink.
Well, it's about time, girlie. Hey, who put out the light?
There's an overcoat over your head.
Well, here I am.
You're Clem Kadiddlehopper?
Yeah, don't let the hat fool you. I ain't head of Kadiddlehopper. That's too fast for her. She didn't get it. She didn't care much for it myself. Are you my girl? You ain't no chicken, you know.
Well, really,
Oh, let's get going now. Let's get going before you get any older. Come on, pucker up.
Oh, well, I never.
No, I never did either, but I'm going to tonight. Come here, my little flower.
Now, wait, Mr. Kadiddlehopper.
I'm trailing you, little honeysuckle.
Oh, now.
I'm a heels beals, I am.
Wait, Mr. Kahoppadoodle, don't, I'll call my husband.
You can call him, but he'll have to bring his own girl.
Riley, help!
Hey, where are... Kadiddlehopper, get off my wife's lap. Well, what do you know? He's insanely jealous.
Chester Riley.
Now, wait, Peg, I didn't...
You expect Babs to go out with this...
Shake hands with an imbecile.
Mother! Oh, Riley, if Babs sees him, she'll have a fit.
I can't wait to get to the dance hall. I gotta get these things off. Shoes, they call them. What?
I'm warning you, Riley. Don't let Babs see him. She'll never speak to you again.
Well, what can I do? He won't go in that closet again.
Oh, yes, he will. Come here, Clem.
I knew she'd finally succumb.
Will you wait in here, Clem? In the library?
Looks just like the parlor to me. Let me on here.
Mother! Oh, here you are. Mother, Tom's is phone. He's taking you to the dance after all. He's calling for me any minute. Where's my coat? Oh, it's in the closet.
Babs, don't!
What? Daddy, what on earth?
I know, Babs, you don't drink, but you saw it all right.
Oh, that's Tom now.
Babs, here I am.
What?
You're my date tonight, you know. Hello.
Goodbye.
Short evening, wasn't it? Well, looks like I'm stuck with you, Mom. Get your bubble gum. Let's blow. Hey, wait. Where are you going?
If you think for 1 minute that I'm going to stay in the house with this...
I'm still an imbecile. I'm in a rut.
I'm going to a movie.
What dumpling?
You can entertain Mr. Kadiddlehopper.
Are you my date, brother? Yup, here I am. What a revolting development this is. This is Chester A. Riley. Good night, folks.
And our thanks to Red Skelton for joining us tonight. We love it. Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix is currently starring in the Babe Ruth story and Allied Artist picture. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker. And remember, for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prel Shampoo.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the whole town has learned about the $10,000 gift that Diogenes Smith left in Lum and Abner's care to be spent for the good of the entire community. And now every citizen in Pine Ridge is racking his brain for the ideal way of spending this money. But so far, no worthwhile, workable plan has been presented. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library talking on the telephone. Listen.
Well, I'll get the roof fixed. Don't worry about it, Elizabeth. Well, it ain't raining now. Well, how can it leak when it ain't raining? Well, I'll get it fixed tomorrow then. All right, today then.
Oh, excuse me.
Lum just came in, Elizabeth, so I better hang up. Yeah, well, I'll take care of it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right, honey. Yes, honey. Goodbye. Drat that woman of mine anyway.
What's the trouble, Abner?
Oh, she's been hounding me all week to get a little bitty old leak in the roof fixed. Says I ought to stop studying up ideas for the good of the community and try to do a little good for my own home for a change.
Yeah, well, that's the way with women folks. They ain't got no vision. Can't understand the bigger things in life. Nearsighted's what they are. Can't see the trees in the forest on account of the trees in the forest.
Huh?
That don't make a whole lot of sense, does it?
Well, maybe they weren't looking in the right direction. Which way was they facing?
Which way was who facing?
Whoever it was that couldn't see the trees.
Oh, well, that wasn't nobody in particular. I was just referring to women folks.
Women? Was Elizabeth with them?
No, of course not.
I bound you she was. No wonder she never gets her work did. Going out in the country to gawk at the trees. That woman's been getting some of the silliest ideas here lately.
I weren't talking about Elizabeth or no other particular woman. I was just using an old lettered saying. But it wasn't no good. I ought to make up a new old lettered saying about women. Remind me to do that sometime, Abner.
Remind you? I say that reminds me of something else I'm supposed to remind you of. Mousey Gray.
Mousey Gray?
Yeah.
I don't want to be reminded of Mousey Gray.
Well, no, but he wants to see you, Lum. He's been in here a half a dozen times already this morning.
What does he want? Oh, his old job back, I reckon.
No, he said it was about some plan that he studied up to spend that $10,000 that Diogenes gave us.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Has he got a plan, too?
Yeah.
Gee, that'll be something wonderful.
Well, he wouldn't tell me what his idea was.
And I hope he never tells me neither. And sometimes I almost wish Diogenes would never give that money to Pine Ridge.
You do, huh?
Well, everybody in this town thinks he owns the money. And every one of them's got a different idea on how to spend it.
Yeah, that's all folks is talking about everywhere you go.
I couldn't hardly get down to work this morning. Everybody I'd meet stopped me and made me listen to his plan.
Well?
Never heard so many crazy flying-by-night schemes in all my life.
No, I ain't neither.
And why they think I'd fall for their ideas, I don't know. They ought to know better than to try to put anything over on a man of my business experience and integrities. It's a mystery to me.
Well, it's a mystery to me, too. Why Elizabeth wants to go around looking at trees, I'll never know.
Oh, Abner, for goodness sake.
She saw trees before,
Well,
and again you saw one tree while you saw them all. Reckon she might have been looking for a bird's nest or something like that. Was she on the ground or up in the tree when you seen her, Lum?
Abner, I told you I never seen her. Now get that idea out of your head.
What now, Lum? Don't you keep nothing from me, 'cause this is something I ought to know about.
Abner, all I said... Wait a minute, there comes that little varmint, Mousy Gray. I'll tell him a thing or two.
Aunt Elizabeth's been acting awful strange here lately. Insisting on me fixing a roof and all.
Abner, forget that, and don't do much talking while Mouse is here. I'll handle him and his big idea.
Yeah.
I'll unencourage him before he even gets started.
Yeah, that's the time.
Mind out, here he comes.
Yeah. Well, howdy, Mousy. Come on in. Lum's here now.
Yeah, howdy, Mousy.
Hello, Lum.
I'm awful busy today, Mousy. Got a lot of work to do.
Yes, sir. Well, I just want a few minutes of your time, Lum, that's all.
Well, if it's anything about spending the $10,000,
yes,
Mousy...
sir, it is, Lum. How would you like to live in a beautiful apartment?
Huh?
With modern fixtures and new furniture.
What in the world are you talking about, Mousy?
Well, my plan will enable every family in Pine Ridge to live in a brand new apartment free.
Hey, Granny, there's the wildest one idea I've heard yet.
Doggy, that sounds good to me. I'd like to live in a place like that.
Well, natural. Who wouldn't? But how you going to build enough apartments for every family in town on just $10,000? Don't forget, Pine Ridge is a big place. There's might nigh 600 families here.
607. I've counted them, Lum.
Well, that's even worse. And you say they can live in these apartments free?
Yes, sir.
Are you feeling all right today, Mousy?
Yes, sir. I feel fine. Now, here's the way the plan works, Lum.
Just a minute, Mousy. You took up too much of my time already. Your idea is impossible and unrelevant, and besides, it can't be did. You better run on home now.
Yes, sir, but, Lum, I've got this all worked out in detail. I can show you exactly how it works. Now, see, here's the chart.
I ain't got time to look at a bunch of figures, Mousy.
To begin with, we take the $10,000 and build one apartment house with 20 apartments in it.
Well, that ain't going to be enough.
No, sir, I know it, but, see, we could put more in, but this way the apartments will be bigger and then each family will have more room. Yeah, I want a lot of room in mine.
Hey, Chef Abner.
And then we give 20 families these 20 new apartments in exchange for their old houses.
You mean they give us their old houses?
Yes, sir. They won't have any use for them because, see, now they have a beautiful new apartment to live in free.
Just a minute. It can't all be free. Who's going to pay the taxes and electricity and all that stuff?
Well, we will. We'll have plenty of money for that. Now, how much would you say that those old houses are worth, Lum?
Well, it's hard to say. That old place of Mr. Quincy's ain't worth more than $600 or $700.
Not just about what it's worth.
But the Seastrunk place, for instance, ought to be worth... Well, I know Ezra's got more than $4,000 in it.
Oh, yeah, he has. That's a nice place. Well, would you say that we could average $1,000 apiece for them if we sold them?
Well, yeah, you ought to be able to do better than that, even.
Oh, well, that's enough. See, we sell those 20 houses for $1,000 apiece and get $20,000. Well, good for us, Doggy. That's twice as much as we started with.
Abner, don't encourage him.
And then we take the $20,000 and build 2 apartment houses, and that takes care of 40 more families, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, but now wait a minute.
So we sell their old houses, and we've got $40,000. All right, Doggies, we're getting rich. This is better than that counterfeiting business.
Abner, I told you to hush up. You don't know nothing about financial matters.
So then we take the $40,000 and build 4 more apartment houses, and that takes care of 80 more families. So, are you following me, Lum?
Yeah, but there must be something wrong with this, Mousy.
So we sell those houses and get $80,000 and build 8 more apartment houses, and that takes care of 160 more families. Then we sell their houses.
Just a minute, Mousy. Let's go back and begin all over again. I'm afraid I jumped the track here.
Yeah, well, we're just about through, Lum. We sell their houses and get $160,000 and build 16 more apartment houses, and that takes care of the last 320 families.
What do you mean, the last 320 families?
Well, you see, by now we have 620 apartments, and there's only 607 families in Pine Ridge, so that's all we need.
That's right, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a minute, though. I believe I've got you here, Mousy. Now, we've got everybody in these apartments, but where are we going to get the money for the taxes and gas and electricity? We've already spent all our money putting up the buildings.
Yes, sir, but don't forget, Lum, see, we've still got the old houses of those last 320 families to sell, and that gives us $320,000 more.
300? Oh, grannies, that's might not $500,000.
Why, sure, kid. I know these lumber millionaires. Good for us.
Let me see that chart there, Mousy.
Yes, sir. Look it over, Lum.
Must be something wrong here. This is too good.
Well, it's all correct, Lum. I worked awful hard on that.
Let's see. One apartment house, $10,000.
Yes, sir.
That takes care of 20 families.
In fact, I worked so long and hard on that chart that, well, it just sort of seems like a mother to me.
Let's see, 20 houses. That's $1,000 apiece. That's $20,000.
Yeah, say, Mouse, here, we going to have elevators in them buildings? Well, I haven't thought much about it, Abner. I haven't gotten around to that. All right, doggies, we'll have them. That's one thing I've always wanted is an elevator. A big, orange, shiny elevator. I could ride in them things all day long. And now just think about it. I'm going to have one right outside my front door. All right, doggies, I'll be crazy about that. Love elevator. Wait a minute. I believe that's our ring.
I'll get it, Abner. I'm closest to the phone here.
Go ahead, doggies. I can't wait.
Hello, jot 'em down, store and library. Lum Abner's talking. Mom?
I'm quite happy.
Oh, hello, Elizabeth.
I forgot about that.
Well, just a minute, I'll ask him. Abner, your woman wants to know what you're going to do about that roof.
Oh, well, tell her,
wait a minute. What's the matter with me? I know what to tell her. Hello, Elizabeth. Don't do nothing about your roof. Well, go ahead and let it leak. I know, but you're going to be moving pretty soon. Yes, Mom, into one of the new beautiful Lum Edwards luxury apartments.
Andy, you know what that music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, 10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you the Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Tommy Moore, Leo Cleary, Corny Anderson, Roy Glenn, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I am Freeman Gosden. In a few minutes, you're going to hear about one of the most important money-saving ads of all times. It's the big 4-page ad on Rexall's 1-cent sale that starts in October the 14th. And it appears in this week's Life, Look Collier's, and the Coming Farm Journal. Believe me, you will save money on your drug needs for months to come.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm Charles Correll. And I suggest that you listen carefully when your Rexall family druggist tells you more about the 1-cent sale ad.
Well, about 3 months ago, the Kingfish and his wife Sapphire received news that Uncle Mortimer had passed on. They've anxiously been waiting word from the estate. And finally, today, they received a bulky envelope in the mail from the lawyers who handled Uncle Mortimer's will.
Oh, Mama, look how heavy and bulky the envelope is.
Yes, daughter. There certainly must be something in there.
Yeah. When it comes to padding, I hope they're padding the thing with checks and not a lot of them legal documents. We know that old Mortimer's gone, but we don't need a lot of carbon copies to tell us about it.
I know Uncle Mortimer was well off, and I just know he remembered us in a generous way.
Well, I wouldn't count on that, Mama. That was a pretty expensive going-away party to give the old boy. When we got back from the planting, why, there was quite a buffet supper they had there. 2 hams, 3-4 chickens, a great big turkey, all them horses' herbs there, and a big bowl of punch we had. I tell you, we could have paid our respects just as well on Spam and peanut butter.
Sapphire, open it up and see what it says.
Yeah, open this thing there. What is it saying there? Look in there now. What is it? Yeah, well, read it, Sapphire. Don't keep us here in a state of suspended imitation here.
George, it's a check for $500. It's made out to you and me and Mama.
Oh, how wonderful. And, George, we'll put this right in the bank for our emergency fund.
Now, wait a minute, now. Look here. That ain't no way to do it. We're going to put this money to work for us. Invest it in some profitable and ludicrous business.
What do you mean, George?
Look here, Baldy. You keep your cabbage. Just keep your cabbage hooks off this lettuce. You understand?
Now, listen. I know this money was coming for some time, and I done made a deal with Andy. We agreed that as soon as I got it, he would put up dollar for dollar with me, and we was going in business together.
Well, what are you two bums planning to do? Corner the ignorant market?
Now, wait a minute here. That's the whole trouble around here. Don't want nobody have no faith in me. The two of you going around here saying I is no good. All I get is disparaging remarks. I need someone to disparage in my favor around here.
I don't care, George. We ain't turning this money over to you to go in business with Andy Brown. Is we, Mama?
Well, on the contrary, daughter, we is.
What?
Providing he finds some legitimate business, we'll let him have the money.
Oh, Mama, you is wonderful.
But, Mama!
Sapphire, I'm tired of him yapping around here. He ain't got no opportunity. This time we'll let him have the money. But if he loses it out, he goes bagging. You understand that?
Yes, Mama. Yes, Mama.
Come on, Sapphire. We'll start breakfast.
He's going to let me have the money. I just can't believe something that sweet could cut him from something that sour. I feel like a hog that found a papaya in a bucket of swill.
Kingfish, now that Sapphire and her mama done turned that $500 over to you, has you figured out any good business for us to get into?
Well, then, I want to be careful. If I lose that money this time, I'm going to find myself 3 miles up a half-mile creek.
Yeah. This time you got to find some legitimate business. Nothing that's underhanded or sub-rosely. What is you reading there, Kingfish?
Well, this morning I clipped the business opportunities out of the paper here. I think we could look them over here. Here it is right there.
Yeah.
Here there.
There's a lot of them there, ain't there?
Yeah, listen to this one. Be independent for life. Raise chinchillas in your own home. That don't sound bad.
No. I tried raising chinchillas once. But with the money I had, I was only able to buy 1 chinchilla.
Only 1?
Yeah, and I was saving up to buy another one when the little rascal got tired of waiting and he eloped with the cat from down the street.
We better stay away from animals, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, that's all good. Hey, how about this one here? This sounds great. Come to sunny California. No experience, good salary, easy work in pleasant surroundings.
No, that adds in there all the time, Andy. That ain't no good neither. A friend of mine done answered that thing. He packed up his whole family and went to California. Job turned out to be trampling grapes in some place they call Azusa or something like that.
Didn't like it, huh?
Oh, he liked it all right. He was doing pretty well till one day his feet gave out on him in a vat of muscatel.
Well, that's no good, no.
He had red feet for years.
Oh, you can't get it off. Say, here's something that looks legitimate. Cloakroom concession for sale. Apply Mr. Hathaway, Silver Slipper Nightclub, $1,000.
Mr. Hathaway is $1,000. Yeah, that's the new nightclub over on the boulevard. They are doing a big business. Fella can make himself a fortune checking coats over there, you know it?
Yeah, but that's an awful lot of money, and I don't know about that night work and late hours and all that stuff.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Andy. The Silver Slipper's always jammed. We might have to work too hard over there. Noisy place, too. That's the place that has all them young cuties in the chorus, dancing around, kicking their legs up in the air. Yeah. What you looking for, Andy?
My hat. Let's get going.
Yeah. Well, Brother Andy, we has had this check room here at the Silver Slipper now for 3 days. We ain't doing bad, you know it.
Oh, yes, great. We must have 100 coats that was checked in here tonight. Look at that. We got the hangers filled clear from number 1 to number 103.
Yeah, well, Andy, it's about supper time. One of us ought to go and eat. You go ahead first, Andy. I'll watch the check stand.
Okay, Kingfish. But don't forget now, be sure and give everybody a check.
Oh, don't worry.
And don't give nobody a coat without the right check.
Oh, what do you think I is, Andy? A nincompoodle or something?
Well, so long, Kingfish. I'll be back in about a half hour. So
yeah. Well, while they're gone, I might as well pocket the tips. Ain't no use carrying this 50-50 thing too extreme.
Oh, excuse me. But I wonder if I could have my coat.
Certainly, miss. You got your claim check?
Well, no, I haven't. I must have misplaced the silly old check at the table. But I see it hanging right there. It's that silly old mink coat on hook 19. The full-length mink with the round collar.
Sorry, miss. I know you want the silly old mink coat, but by any chance does you have the silly old check?
Well, what am I going to do? I'm in an awful hurry, and it's 11:30, and I promised my Mama I'd be home at 11. Mama will be so worried.
Well, I saw her, but it's against the rules and regulations.
Couldn't you make an exception? I'm sure you wouldn't want me to freeze to death on the way home. Just look how flimsy this gown is.
Yeah, I was noticing that. But, like I say, it's against the rules and regulations.
But couldn't you just make an exception for me? You look like such a sweet, handsome, understanding boy.
Boy? Well, so much for the rules and regulations. Which one is your coat here? Show it to me.
My coat is that full-length mink with a round collar on hook number 19.
Yeah. All right. There you is, miss. Say, that sure is a expensive-looking mink. Where you get that?
Oh, my sweet old mama bought it for me someplace.
Yeah.
Before I go, I wonder if you could do me one more favor.
What is that?
Do you know if there's a pawn shop open in the neighborhood?
No, not at this time of night.
Well, thanks anyway. You've been so sweet. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I wonder what she want with a pawn shop. Oh, she probably wants to take a mandolin home to her dear sweet old mama. That's it.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with the money-saving news Mr. Carell promised I'd have. This week's issue of Life, Look, Collier's, and the Coming Farm Journal carry a 4-page advertisement on Rexall's famous 1-cent sale that starts October 14th. In this ad, you'll find exactly 187 items, every one of them a top-quality, guaranteed Rexall product. Every one of them offered at 2 for the price of 1, plus a penny. On top of that, there are 34 super specials. Bonus bargains, priced so low you'll hardly believe your eyes. 72 of the items in this advertisement are illustrated. All of them are so clearly described that you can actually use this ad as a shopping list. So remember, check the Rexall 1-cent sale ad in this week's Life, Look, Collier's, and the Coming Farm Journal.
I'm back, Kingfish. Took a half hour for supper. Everything going all right?
Yeah, been kind of quiet, Andy.
Yeah, how's the tips coming along?
Well, you know that big spender from out of town that was eating the caviar and drinking the champagne?
Yeah.
Him and his party left.
Oh, boy, he must have given you a big tip.
Yeah, well, I got down 7 coats and 3 hats, and then I held out my hand.
Yeah?
He ground out a cigar in my palm.
Well, that's better than that Texas oil man that give us the greasy suspender button.
Well, the other side of him and the gal that come out for the mink coat has been pretty quiet. I guess that,
I'd like to have my wife's coat, please.
Yes, sir. Could I have your check, please, sir?
There you are.
1 coat, Andy, hook 19.
Oh, yeah, 1 coat, hook 19.
Enjoy the show, mister?
Yes, but I have to leave. I have an early appointment.
Say, mister, been watching the World Series?
A little.
Yeah, the play I like was the other day. Campanella got down on second.
Oh, Kingfish.
What is it?
Ain't no coat on number 19.
That's funny. Let me see the check here. Oh, I see, I got it upside down. Correction. 1 coat, number 61.
1 coat, number 61.
Sorry, mister, I holding the check wrong with now, when Campanella got down on second, Duke Snyder...
Kingfish.
Yeah, then...
Could I see you a minute?
Excuse me, mister. I'll be right back here. What's up, Andy?
Look what's on hook 61.
Yeah.
If the man's wife wasn't wearing a gray fedora, we is in trouble.
Well, we must have misplaced it. Go look on hook 91 in the next aisle.
Yeah, 91 in the next aisle. Okay.
Sorry, mister, where was it?
Oh, you still had Campanella stranded on second.
Oh, yeah. Well, Duke Snyder come up.
Did something happen to my wife's coat?
Oh, no, sir. We just misplaced it here. Have it for you in just a jiffy here. Now, when Campanella was down there on second...
Oh, Kingfish.
What is it?
I looked in the other aisle.
What's hanging on 91?
A short man with a snoot full, that is all. Over.
Now, see here. Have you lost my wife's fur coat?
No, sir, mister. Now, look here. We just mixed up here. Have it for you in just a jiffy. Now, Campanella was down on second.
I'm not a bit interested in what happened to Campanella on second. I want my wife's coat.
Well, maybe if you describe it, what color cloth coat was it?
It was not a cloth coat. It was a full-length mink coat with a round collar.
Yeah.
Now, see here. Just what have you done with that coat?
Yeah, Kingfish, where's the man's coat?
Well, now, listen, mister. Now, wait a minute. Now, look here, listen here. A mistake has done been made. Now, that's the truth. Now, we done give the coat to the wrong party.
You gave someone my wife's $1,500 mink coat?
Well, now, it was just a mistake, mister. Now, look here. Now, wait a minute. Now, if you come round here the first thing in the morning, we'll have it for you.
Very well. But if that coat isn't here in the morning, I'm going to the police. Good night.
Yes, sir, mister. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Say, Kingfish, what did you do with the man's mink coat?
Oh, Andy, while you was out to supper, this gal come up and give me a hard luck story about losing a check. Next thing I know, she done sweet-talked me into believing it was her coat.
Holy smoke, Kingfish. How could you have done something like that?
Oh, Andy, I feels worse than you does about this. Letting the gal do this to me. I tell you, Andy, it's times like this that I wish Dr. Kinsey had never discovered the opposite sex. I tell you...
Kingfish, how in the world is we going to get back that mink coat that you done give away last night?
Well, now, look, Andy, ain't no use of getting excited. I done sent for Calhoun. He should have been here an hour ago. Maybe he'll have some way that we can, Well, here he is now. Where you been, Calhoun?
Hiya, boys. Got here as soon as I could.
Well, Calhoun, what do you think about this mess? Kingfish giving a mink coat to a gal that turns out to be a crook.
Well, that's the way it goes. Gals is always getting men's into trouble. Just like yesterday, I had to serve a summons to a chorus gal.
A chorus gal?
Yeah. You see, a client of mine is suing this gal, and I had to go up to her place and serve her with the papers.
You went up there and served her, huh?
Yeah. When she opened the door and I tried to hand her the summons, she started making goo-goo eyes at me. So I told her, I said, honey, you ain't gonna get no place with them kind of tactics. And then she got me to sit down on the sofa, and she held my hand, And then she put her arms around me and started kissing me. And then she kissed me some more. And then she kissed me some more. Girl just kept on kissing me and kissing me.
Well, what did she do when you handed her the summons?
What summons is that?
Calhoun, about the mink coat. The fellow's going to the police if we don't do something by 10 o'clock tonight.
Going to the police?
Yeah.
Well, then the thing you got to do is beat him to the punch.
Yeah, well, how are we going to do that? Just explain that to me.
Now, look. If the police find out you just give the coat away, then they're going to hold you responsible. But if you give the police a story that the coat was stolen in a big armed robbery, it wouldn't be your fault.
Yeah, that's right, Calhoun. Yeah. Me and Annie can make up a big story about the coat being stolen in an armed robbery.
Yeah.
That we was beat up and everything.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's right, Calhoun. And you, and Andy, you can be the victim.
Kim, huh?
Yeah, you makes a much more convincing victim than I does.
Yeah. Well, good luck to you, boy.
We want to thank you, Calhoun. That's a great piece of advice you give us there. You really on your toes, boy.
Oh, man, yeah. A man got to be smart. For instance, I had a case last week. I had a real smart lawyer opposing me, too. And I figured out that the only way I could possibly win was if the other lawyer wasn't himself in the court the next day. So I worked out a scheme.
Yeah, what'd you do, Calhoun?
Well, the case was scheduled for 9 o'clock in the morning, so the night before, I got out of bed every 15 minutes and called the other lawyer on the phone. Yeah. And as soon as he answered, I hung up. You see, I know that by doing that all night long, I'd keep him from sleeping, and he'd really be exhausted next morning in court.
Yeah, well, how did your case come out, Calhoun?
I don't know. I was so knocked out, I overslept.
Now, listen to a lady and our Rexall family druggist.
I'm dying to hear more about that ad on Rexall's 1-cent sale.
Well, ma'am, it's 4 full pages in 4 magazines. This week's Life, Look, Collier's, and the coming Farm Journal. And it features 187 guaranteed Rexall products. All of them at 2 for the price of 1, plus a penny. What's more, there are 34 bonus bargains. Super specials at prices you can't afford to miss. And to make it easy for you to check what you need, there's a little square before each item.
Why, I can shop in advance of the sale with that ad.
And order in advance if you like. Your Rexall druggist will gladly lay away your order to be picked up any time during the sale.
Tell me again, where does this ad appear?
In this week's Life, Look, Collier's, and the coming Farm Journal. Read it, check it, and save.
There's the desk sergeant over there.
Yeah. Do this sticking plaster on my head look legit?
Yeah, Andy. You really look like you beat up in a robbery, all right?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Excuse me, Mr. Desk Sergeant.
What can I do for you?
We'd like to report an assault and battery.
Where was it committed?
A few hours ago on top of my partner's head. Allow me to introduce ourselves. I is Claire Stevens, and this here is suffering victim Brown.
Pleased to meet you, sir. Pleased to meet you.
We was held up last night at the Silver Slipper nightclub.
Robbery, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to make out a report. Would you give me the facts?
Well, you see, me and Mr. Brown here runs the coat check concession over at the Silver Slipper. And I went out for supper last night, and when I come back to the check stand, I noticed there was a Chesterfield coat laying on the floor groaning. And I was about to put it on a hanger when I noticed it was Mr. Brown.
That was me, all right.
What happened then?
Well, I knowed his day's condition wasn't due to imbibing, because Mr. Brown is a teetotalitarian, you see. On top of that, I ain't never heard of a martini that would put a knob on top of your head.
You mentioned robbery. What was stolen?
Well, while Miss Brown was laying there in a senseless and irresponsible condition, they run off with a $1,500 mink coat.
I see. Mr. Brown, you were the one that was assaulted. Suppose you let me have your version of the robbery?
Yes, well, I was standing there when a gal come out of the nightclub in an evening gown. I noticed she was carrying an orchid in her left hand and a blackjack in her right. She sure was cute, though.
What happened then?
Well, natural. I smiled at her. She asked me if I wanted to smell the orchid, and when I bent over to sniff the thing, she conked me over the head.
She hit you on the head?
Yeah. At first, I thought that orchid was the strongest I'd ever smelled. But then I realized that somebody was tampering with my skull.
Oh, yes, Mr. Sergeant, it was really something. She must have whanged him over the head 20 or 30 times.
Good heavens, man, why didn't you defend yourself?
I was too busy smelling the orchid.
Well, that's the story, Sergeant. Naturally, with me being out to supper and Mr. Brown being unconscious during the whole mess, we ain't responsible for no missing coats or nothing like that.
Well, you're running a check stand. Whether you're responsible for the missing coat is strictly between you and the owner. We can't do anything about that.
No, you can't, huh?
No. However, if you'll give us a description of this woman, we may be able to pick her up if she tries to pawn the coat.
Now, yes, we'd appreciate it if you'd comprehend her as soon as possible.
What is this you say, Andy? You done got the mink coat back?
Yes, sir, Amos. The police done recovered it this afternoon in a pawn shop. They give it back to the owner, and me and the Kingfish is in the clear.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, Andy. But tell me something. What's happened to the gal that took it?
Well, the police is looking for her. They got her description. She 5'2", weighs 112 pounds, got a sweet, gentle voice, and a figure like Venus de Milo. I don't think they're going to find her, though.
You don't?
No, I've been looking for a gal like that for 10 years, but I ain't had no luck.
Andy, where is the Kingfish now?
Well, Mr. Hathaway, the owner of the nightclub, is so upset about this whole mess that he's liable to throw us right out of his place. And on top of that, Sapphire and her mama done found out about it, and the Kingfish is up there trying to explain it to them now.
Oh, holy mackerel, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes for all the money in the world. You know that, Andy?
That's right, George. Me and Mama is taking over that nightclub concession. We're going to run it ourselves.
Oh, now, wait a minute here. You can't just step in and do that.
Listen, you boob. You say Mr. Hathaway, the nightclub owner, is so mad at you, he's going to throw you out. Well, we intend to protect our investment.
Yeah, but listen, me and Ann is in the thing together. You can dissolve our partnership.
Listen, son-in-law. You see this fist?
Yeah.
Well, consider the partnership dissolved.
Yes, Mama dear, yes.
Mama, I can't get over how well we're doing here at the check room.
Yeah, daughter. And we're going to run this on a business basis, too. That stupid George. When I think of him...
Excuse me, I'd like my coat.
Oh, certainly. Can I have your check, please?
Well, I don't have any check, but it's that camel's hair coat on the second hook there.
Oh, it is it? You hear that, daughter?
Yes, I did, Mama.
Listen, Buster, what do you think you're pulling here?
I'm not pulling anything. I just like my coat. It's right there on the rack. Now, would you give it to me, please, or will I have to get it myself?
Oh, no, you don't. Daughter, hand me the lead pipe from under the counter.
Hand you it, Mama.
We're wise to you, you no-good crook. Take this! All right, Sapphire, you phone the police. We done caught one of them check room thieves.
Hey, Mama, Sapphire, Say, Mama, what's going on here? What's this man doing laying on the floor?
Oh, we're on our toes around here, George. This crook tried to get a coat without a check, and I just flattened him. I tell you one thing, Mr. Hathaway, the nightclub owner, ain't going to throw us out for the way we're running this cloakroom.
No, I don't think he is. At least not until you bring him to. That crook you just flattened out there is Mr. Hathaway.
This is Harlow Wilcox with a money-saving reminder. Check the 4-page ad on Rexall's wonderful 1-cent sale in this week's Life, Look, or Collier's, or the coming Farm Journal. Never before so many items. Never before such complete information on them. Think of it, 187 products, 72 of them illustrated, and all of them at 2 for the price of 1 plus a penny. In addition, there are 34 super specials priced so low you won't believe your eyes. Watch for Rexall's 1-cent sale ad in this week's Life, Look, Collier's, and the Coming Farm Journal.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can rely on your Rexall family druggist. And when you visit him, I wonder if you would be kind enough to do us a favor. Just say to him that Amos and Andy sent you. We'd appreciate it. Thank you, and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Shop in your own armchair for the Rexall 1-cent sale.
Read Rexall's 4-page ad in this week's Life, Look, or Collier's, or the Coming Farm Journal.
Shop from the ad for the Rexall 1-cent sale, October 14th through 17th.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present The Amos and Andy Show, directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest, Marlena Dietrich, yours truly, Toby Reed, B. Benaderet, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Officially, there are 3 more days until spring, but George Burns decided not to wait. He caught cold today. We find him now propped up in bed, surrounded by blankets and hot water bottles, with Gracie hovering over him like a mother bird.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Now, here, darling, try a teaspoon of this.
Oh.
Open wide. That's it. There.
Holy smoke. Stuff tastes like shampoo.
Now take a teaspoon of this. Oh, come on, take it like a little man. That's the way.
That tastes like hand lotion.
Oh, thanks, dear. Well, at last I've got that straightened out.
Huh?
Well, the labels came off these 2 bottles, and I didn't know which was
You mean I swallowed shampoo and hand lotion?
Mm-hmm, but it won't hurt you. In fact, it might help you. You'll have the cleanest, softest tummy in town.
Oh, the nitwit. No wonder the National Safety Council slogan is "Don't be a Gracie."
Now, lie still, dear, while I put this mustard plaster on you.
Hold it. What kind of a mustard plaster is that? It's red.
Well, I couldn't find any mustard, so I made it with ketchup.
It's a good thing we ran out of pickles. Look, Gracie, stop nursing me.
No, darling, I'll nurse you like Florence nursed her nightingale.
I'll be better in about 30 years.
You see, I've got to get you well by tonight.
Tonight? Why tonight?
Well, this is the night of the big pageant given by my club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Gracie, why don't you drop out of that club? That's the silliest bunch of women that ever got together.
The Beverly Hills Uplift Society is a charitable organization.
It is?
The women, the money from our pageant will be used to buy clothing for unfortunate girls.
What unfortunate girls?
The girls of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
I thought so.
The girls are giving the pageant tonight to welcome the arrival of spring.
Spring will take a look at those dames and refuse to arrive. Forget the club and stay home, dear.
Well, I can't, dear. I'm in the pageant. You know, in the opening scene, I'm a caterpillar.
A caterpillar?
Yeah, and then later I turn into a butterfly.
I see.
And at the end of the show, everyone chases me with nets.
That they'll do whether you're a butterfly or not.
Oh, it'll be a thrilling pageant.
I bet it will.
You know, as the curtain goes up, you see all the girls on the stage dressed as flowers.
I see.
And then Clara Bagley enters as a fairy, and as she passes the girls, they jump 3 feet in the air. They represent the flowers springing up.
But, Gracie, the uplifters aren't young anymore. How can they jump 3 feet?
But Clara has a wand.
Oh. It's magic.
It's magic.
Yes.
Then out comes Blanche Morton. She's a sprite.
I just got in town. Let's have that again. What's a sprite?
A
sprite? Yes, what is that?
Sprite. Well, she looks like that girl you find on White Rock.
Oh. She looks like she was found under a wet rock.
What was that?
Nothing. I'm just ad-libbing. Stay home tonight, dear.
Ooh, Gracie, are you home? Oh, yes, Blanche. I'm in the bedroom here with George. I'll be right out. Now, stay covered, dear.
Tell her to find a new caterpillar.
Hello, Blanche.
Hello, Gracie. I'm on my way downtown to get some tights for my Sprite costume. How's George's cold?
Oh, not so good, Blanche.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to make him some hot chicken broth.
Oh, no. You're too busy. You go on and put on your tights for the pageant.
I've got chicken legs.
No, you wear your tights anyway. But if George isn't better by tonight, I'll have to stay home with him.
Well, Gracie, why not hire a sitter?
Sitter?
Uh-huh. Someone to stay with George and wait on him. Like a babysitter.
Well, wouldn't a grown-up sitter be better?
They are grown-ups, Gracie. They're girls who earn money that way.
Oh! Well, come in.
Hi, Gracie. Oh, hello, Mrs. Marge.
How's you, Mr. Goodwin?
Where's George?
Well, he's in bed with a cold, Bill. You know, I'm thinking of hiring a babysitter to stay with him tonight.
Oh, well, you're lucky I came along, Gracie. I got a whole list of them.
But you don't have any children. How come you know so many?
Well, who do you think sits with the babysitter while the babysitter sits with the baby?
Bill Goodwin, can't you think of anything better than chasing girls?
Yeah, catching them.
Well, I'll be running along, Gracie. Let me know what happens.
All right, Blanche. Goodbye.
Say, can I see the little man?
Oh, sure, Bill. He's right here in the bedroom.
Well, George, old pal, Gracie told me about your cold. Have you called a doctor?
Yeah, there's nothing anybody can do for a cold, Bill. Might as well call an African witch doctor.
What do they do?
Well, they scare sickness away with horrible-looking faces.
And does it work?
If it did, George would be a well man.
Some of the summer replacement
Yes.
stuff.
You know, Bill is going to help me get a babysitter to stay with you tonight, George.
A babysitter? You can forget that. Not me.
George.
Nothing doing right.
George, the girl I have in mind is a gorgeous redhead. She can sit here and read you a book.
I don't want a gorgeous redhead reading a book. Say, that wouldn't be bad.
Well, George, I didn't know you cared that much for books.
Well, if they have good lines.
Well, I don't know about the book lines, but I can guarantee the redhead.
Oh, so that's it. Well, I'm not leaving George alone with any beautiful young girl.
Well, good. Then it's settled, and you'll stay home from that silly Uplift Society pageant.
Oh, no. I'll find some nice, sweet old grandmother to stay with you.
Now, wait a minute, Grace.
Bill, do you know any grandmothers?
Well, yes. Look, Grace.
Good. I have to go try on my butterfly costume.
Gracie.
And you get a grandmother to sit with George tonight.
Gracie.
And tell her to bring her knitting.
Gracie.
I'll see you later, dear. Goodbye, Bill.
Goodbye. Now, listen, Bill. I'm not going to lie here all evening listening to some old babe click her teeth in her knitting needle. So just forget it.
George, listen, you want to keep Gracie home from that uplifter's pageant, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Well, leave it to me. I will furnish the grandmother.
But, Bill, I want somebody my own age.
George, settle for a grandmother. Great-great-grandmothers are hard to find.
Goodbye, summer
Yes,
later. Well, George, meet the grandmother.
Hello, George.
Why, it's Melina Dietrich.
Yes, some grandma, huh, George?
George, pop your eyes back in your head. Oh, well, excuse me for staring, Miss Dietrich, but those are pretty shoes you have on.
But I'm not wearing them on my knees.
It's hard to believe that you're a grandmother. You're so young.
I'm not as young as you think, Mr. Burns. I'm old enough to be your daughter.
I hope so. I explained the situation to Marlena, George, that you'll go along with the gag as a personal favor to me.
Yes, it sounds like a lot of fun. Besides, it's time I did something for Bill. I've said no to him so often.
I'll bet you have. And to make Gracie really jealous, Marlena's going to pretend that she's fallen in love with you. Well, do you think Gracie will believe that Marlena Dietrich could fall for me?
She should believe it.
Really?
Yes. I've heard she's a little peculiar.
It's a nice TL. Say, I think I just heard Gracie come in the front door. I'll go and usher her in.
Well, I'm back at last, Bill. Is George all right?
Oh, he's fine, Gracie.
Did you find a grandmother to sit with him tonight?
Oh, yeah, she's with him right now.
Ah, that's sweet. I must go in and say hello to the dear little thing. Well, hello there, Grandmother. Now, don't get up. Grandmother. Well, Grandmother, what long, beautiful legs you have.
Yeah.
The better for men to see me, my dear.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You're Marlena Dietrich. You're no grandmother.
But I am. My daughter is married and has a child.
Judge, does that make her a grandmother?
In this country, it does.
I expected to find a little old lady with her knitting.
I love to knit. As a matter of fact, I knitted this dress I'm wearing. It took me weeks.
Yeah, I can see you put a lot into it.
Well, now you can go to the Uplifters pageant racing, and don't worry. Marlena will do things for me.
Like what?
Well, first I thought I would rub his chest with camphorated oil.
Yeah? I mean, yeah.
Stick around.
But why?
Well, you might not be able to find things.
Don't worry. I'm sure I can find the oil. But before you leave, I wish you would point out his chest.
It's right under this button. Run along, Gracie.
Yes. Why do you hesitate, Mrs. Burns? Don't you trust your husband alone with me?
Well, sure I trust him. It's you I'm worried about.
Me?
Well, yes. George can resist you, but can you resist George?
I'll force myself.
A beautiful woman like you is an unlighted powder keg, and George is just the punk who can light it.
Now, look, Gracie.
Well, whatever you do, don't look into his eyes, Miss Dietrich. Once you've gazed into those twin pools of passion, you're a goner.
Really?
Yeah. The blue one isn't so bad, but watch out for that little red one.
Did you ever lend a listening ear to a finer jig and tune in all your bond days? The jaunty, bouncy rhythm of it. And more than just the rhythm, these great Irish songs, like all our favorite music, combine many other fine musical parts. Now let the orchestra demonstrate. Here's a St. Patrick's Day song you know as well as you know your own name. But can you recognize it from just this mellow harmony? Now we'll stir in the rich counter melody. And here's a dash of vigorous rhythm. To round out this great song, let's have the melody. You can see how it takes not just one, but many musical parts all skillfully blended together to bring you this rich, full scoring of When Irish Eyes Are Smiling. And as it is with America's favorite music, so too with America's favorite coffee, superb Maxwell House coffee. For its skill in blending that brings you that famous good to the last drop flavor. Flavor you'll enjoy in no other coffee. And that famous flavor is the reason why more people enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. To create the rich, heartwarming goodness that's yours in every cup of Maxwell House, our experts combine not one, but many choicest varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees. First, they select Manizales for mellowness. For extra richness, they add Medellin. Other choice coffees give the Maxwell House blend vigor. And finally, Bucaramangas coffees contribute their fine, full body. All perfectly blended into one great coffee, radiant roasted to flavor perfection, and brought to you vacuum packed, not just days fresh, but roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast.
So treat yourself to the best in coffee drinking enjoyment. Enjoy the extra flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee, delicious Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
I can't leave those two alone together. I've got to get rid of Dietrich.
Oh, Gracie, there's nothing to worry about. George has a cold.
A cold gives George more sex appeal than ever. It makes his voice husky. What if he should forget himself and sing to her?
That'd get rid of Dietrich.
She'd be powerless to move. George's singing has a certain spell about it.
Did you say spell, or have you got a cold, too?
And I'm not leaving George alone with Marlene and Dietrich. I'll just have to miss the pageant.
But, Gracie, if you're not in the pageant, we'll be out on a limb.
You think that's a limb? You should see the limbs I've got to worry about.
I mean, who'll turn into a butterfly?
Well, let Clara Bagley turn into a butterfly. She might be a sensation.
Your costume's too small for her. She won't have anything to wear.
In that case, she's sure to be a sensation. I'm staying home tonight.
Oh, don't give up. Maybe we can think of some way to get rid of Dietrich.
Yeah, well, Blanche. Blanche, I think I've got an idea. Now, she's pretty crazy about Bill Goodwin.
So?
So, we'll make her think that while she's wasting her time with George, another woman is stealing Bill.
What woman could steal Bill from Dietrich?
Oh, Blanche, did you get those tights for your Sprite costume?
Yes.
Well, put them on and come with me. You're the woman.
Lucy, I can't compete with Dietrich. What about her legs?
Well, you've got just as many. Now get into those tights and come over to the house as soon as you can.
Mr. Burns, your wife has been gone for quite a while. I don't think our little scheme to make her jealous is working.
Oh, don't worry, it will.
You know, I really shouldn't stay here.
It scares you to be alone with a man like me, huh?
Yes, what would I do if you collapsed?
Yes, that's what scares you, I see.
Well, I'm back. How are you feeling, George?
Just fine, Gracie.
Yes, your husband has been making a lot of progress.
George Burns.
She means my cold is getting better.
Oh. Tell me something. Has
George sung to you?
Why, no. Can George sing?
Can he sing? Well, he's got the world's most convincing voice. You know that song of yours, See What the Boys in the Back Room Will Have?
Yes.
Well, when George sings that, everybody runs for the back room.
That's true. Let me hear you sing, George.
All right. I'm writing her a letter to Virginia where I met her. And now I feel better 'cause I know I'm going home.
Well, Marlena, what do you think?
Which way is the back room?
That's a different song.
Oh, George, please don't sing anymore. I'm afraid Marlena will swoon.
I'm a little worried myself. George, suppose I sing a song for you.
I'd love it.
All right. Now imagine that you hear an orchestra.
Hey, I am hearing it.
Falling in love again, never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it. Love's always been my game. Play it how I may. I was made that way. I can't help it. Men cluster to me like moths around the flame. And if their wings burn, I know I'm not to blame. Falling in love again, never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it.
You're good too, Marlena.
Excuse me, there's someone unexpected.
Here I am, Gracie. But I feel silly in these tights.
Well, you look stunning, Blanche. Absolutely stunning. You shouldn't hide bones as beautiful as yours. Come on in. Miss Dietrich, I'd like you to meet a very, very dear friend of Bill Goodwin's.
How do you do, sir?
It just so happens that I'm a woman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Those trousers fooled me.
Oh, those aren't trousers. They're tights.
Aren't they awfully loose?
Why, no. They cling to me perfectly.
Well, sure, it's the skin that's loose.
Thanks, Gracie.
Oh, that's okay, Blanche. You're my friend.
Gracie, what's the idea of bringing Blanche over here in that getup?
Well, I just want Marlena Dietrich to meet her new rival, Blanche Morton.
Blanche is my rival?
That's right. While you're sitting here with George Burns, Blanche is stealing Bill away from you.
Yes. He saw me in these tights and fell head over heels.
I don't blame him. That would throw anybody.
You know, before you know it, Blanche may be Mrs. Goodwin.
What goes on here? There happens to be a Mr. Morton.
No, George. I was fooled, too. She's a woman.
Yeah, and you be quiet, George. You're delirious.
So I'm losing Bill by staying here.
Yes. And if you want to win him back, you better take him out tonight and get him candy and flowers and champagne and buy him a dinner.
But that's what I always do.
Lucky Willie. Come in. Hi, Gracie. Hi, Marlena. Hi, Blanche. Ooh. Blanche, what's the idea of running around in your long underwear? Those are supposed to be tights, Bill.
Yes, and Blanche is supposed to be your suppressed desire.
Huh?
I understand she might even become Mrs. Goodwin.
Mrs. Goodwin. Blanche, I've got a mother.
How do you feel about Blanche Morton?
Well, she looks like...
Bill, before you say anything, I want you to know that Blanche is crazy about Maxwell House coffee.
Oh, yes, Bill. I love the rich, delicious, mellow goodness of Maxwell House.
Well, naturally.
I love Maxwell House coffee, too, Bill.
Well, sure. That good to the last drop flavor is so satisfying.
But she doesn't love it as much as Blanche. Blanche is always running to the market to get some.
Yes, and that's how I get most of my exercise. I guess you could say that Maxwell House Coffee is responsible for my figure.
I've made my decision. I'm taking Blanche to a justice of the peace.
You're going to marry her?
No, I'm going to sue her for every penny she's got. Blaming that figure on Maxwell House. Why, Maxwell House Coffee's America's favorite. It's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. You'll hear from my lawyers, Blanche Morton. Goodbye.
Come on, Gracie, let's go catch Bill.
What for?
I want to talk him out of that suit.
Oh, forget it, Blanche. You look better in tights.
Well, this is a fine mess. In just 1 hour, the curtain goes up on our pageant, and Marlena Dietrich is still at your house with George.
Yeah, well, there must be some way. Oh, wait a minute. She's a grandmother. Her daughter has a child. Hand me your telephone, Blanche. I've got an idea.
I'll answer, George. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mama.
What? Who's this?
This is your daughter. Come home, Mama. Your grandson says he wants to see you.
Just a moment. My grandson isn't old enough to talk.
I know. He wrote me a note.
I don't believe you're my daughter.
You don't, huh? Falling in love again. Never wanted to. What am I to do?
You sound like Mrs. Burns.
Can't help it.
Is that Gracie on the phone?
Yes, she's pretending she's my daughter so that I'll come home.
Mama, I hear a man's voice. Where are you?
If you don't know where I am, how did you know where to call me?
Falling in love. Come home, Mama.
No, Mrs. Burns. I think I'd stay here with Daddy. George, how long have you been married to Gracie?
15 years.
Why? That's what I'd like to know. Why?
I got a big appetite. Are you back again, Gracie?
Yes, George, and you've won. I'll stay home tonight.
Good.
Well, I guess that means I can be running along. I'm sorry about your Beverly Hills Uplift Society, Mrs. Burns. What kind of a club is that?
Well, I'll tell you all about it as we walk to the door.
Fine. Good night, George.
Good night, Marlena.
Now, you see, Marlena, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society is a group of girls.
Well, I gotta tell Bill Goodwin that we won.
Hello?
Hello, Bill. This is George.
Yeah?
Well, your scheme worked. Gracie finally gave up.
Really?
Yep. Of course, it took the prettiest legs in Hollywood to do it.
Oh, thanks. I used my brain, too.
That's some more summer stuff, I guess. Well, Marlena Dietrich is just leaving the house if you want to pick her up.
Well, okay, George. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Willie.
Oh, well, good night, George. I'll see you about 11.
Well, you see me 11. Where are you going?
To the pageant.
Pageant? Well, who's going to stay with me?
Blanche Morton. She'll be right over.
I thought Blanche was a sprite.
Well, she was, but she's turning over her tights to the newest member of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
You mean Marlena Dietrich?
Yeah.
Right? Well, wait for me, baby. I'll get my hat.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Thursday will be the night of the Academy Awards. That night, we'll have on our program a fine actress who's one of the top candidates for Hollywood's highest honor.
Oh, George, that's silly. I'm on the program every week.
I'm talking about Janie Wyman, who was nominated for her great performance in Johnny Belinda.
Oh, wonderful. It'll be so nice to see Janie.
It certainly will.
Friends, this month of March has been designated by the President as Red Cross Month. During this one annual appeal, the Red Cross must raise funds to carry on its important work for the entire year. The Red Cross program for 1949 includes aiding in disaster, serving the armed forces, serving veterans, promoting health and safety, serving youth, and helping the unfortunate in all parts of the world. Remember, the Red Cross is a partnership of the people. You too can help in these troubled times through your Red Cross.
Good night, folks.
Good things
easy way.
You like good things the easy way, then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so
easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday when Jane Wyman will be our guest, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.